So, got a fair amount to tackle today. We're a couple noses short of a quorum, but I'm assuming people are getting coffee and are on their way. Apologize for trying to do quorum and talk at the same time. I probably shouldn't. So folks know we do record and transcribe our meetings. The recordings end up posted on Hanford.gov. Takes a few days to do that, but that will happen. What else? I'm anticipating a lot of discussion today, so we'll use the chat and the hand raising feature to put people in queue so we can make sure your ideas, questions, suggestions are all heard. So with that, Steve, do you want to open us up?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, there's a lot of topics that people have quite a bit of energy on, and I just wanted to give a little boost for raising our sights and looking forward. I would observe, based on having been around a long time, that we have a role to play. And I would also observe that Brian Vance is a leader and a thoughtful decision maker. He's accomplished significant progress in a very challenging environment to reduce public risk while ensuring the safety of our dedicated workers. And I think we should not lose sight of that, whether we agree with some of the details of how he does things or how he interacts with us. He has improved the situation here quite a bit, in fact, a lot. The HAB is one of many entities interested in cleanup. The HAB, I believe, has a positive role in the public perspective sharing regarding the future of the site. I'll share a little optimism that I believe we can develop a common vision of how to work together to protect our workers and future generations. And I believe that with all of our differing views, because we do participate, we participate with at least a shared noble intent of keeping the site as low risk as we can. And I think we've got a ways to go before we have a trusting relationship with each other and with the agencies that we advise. And somehow we need to apply ourselves to evolving to a trusting relationship. And that's my speech. So let's get into it. We got a lot of stuff to cover today, and I still don't use the chat. I tried to go through Chrome this morning and it was not successful, but I don't read it anyway because I find it distracting. I know Ruth uses it as a tool. If I want to talk, I'll just raise my hands or rudely interrupt, but I'll try to not rudely interrupt.
And we will check. We've got 6 people on the phone, so I will rudely interrupt to make sure that we check in with them if they want to participate, since I can't see their hands. If you would sign into chat, speaking of chat, with your name and affiliation, that helps us with the record keeping. And we do have a quorum, so we are good to go. Bob Suyama. Let me pull up.
Let me get myself turned on here. Ruth, do you want to cover the rules for the second day on advice about who can change things? You know, that not the IM team, not the
so they're
sponsoring committee.
So the well, by the second day, the habit fades a little. So the habit with the HAB is as advice goes through the process. So the issue manager team is created by a committee. They work on researching an issue, drafting advice, or some other product. When that goes to a committee then gains concurrence on sending that draft advice to the full board. The habit is at that point, the folks who served on the IM team and the committee typically do not add, revise, object to that, the draft advice that has been put forward to the board. At this point, it's a little less firm in habit because the full group has talked about it yesterday and you've had some discussions about what you like, what you don't, what you want to change. But the idea is to minimize late hits, to be a little blunt. Okay. Is that what you wanted me to say, Bob?
Well, I just wanted to make sure all the new members and other people know what today is about. So the goal is to approve the advice, and as the chart that Ruth and Steve talked about yesterday, it's not full support. It's more, can you live with what it says? Can you accept it? And so hopefully we can get through this. We got 3 of them today, and this is probably the most controversial. Ruth, how do you want to do this? Do you want to look at the advice first, the advice points, and then go back to the background, or do you want to step through every section? Yesterday we didn't actually look at formally the background section.
I think for today we should be really linear and start at the top and go through to the bottom.
Okay.
I will tell you as a facilitator, when I'm working with any group, including FACA groups, I think of consensus as three pieces. One, I understand it. It's kind of foolish to ask you to agree to anything you don't understand. 2, I can support it, and support means everything in the spectrum of agreement to I can live with it and I'm not totally crazy about it to, better than chocolate. But it's everything that isn't over my dead body. Okay. So agreement is a pretty broad spectrum of how much you like or support something, but it means you're not opposed to it. And you're not going to fight it. And the third piece, so I understand it. I can live with it. I can support it. And the third piece is I'll support it. And that means when we leave the meeting room or the computer, as the case may be, I'm not going to sabotage it, badmouth it, undercut it. Right? So it has enough support that I'm not going to sabotage it when I leave the meeting. So I understand it. I can live with it. I'll support it. So that's what we're shooting for. We'll go through these. There is some wordsmithing here that has been done and that maybe some of you wish. Remember, the big picture is the pieces of the advice that you want to send to the agencies. Dan Strom, do you need to be in queue? I'm very aware that we've got now 7 people on the phone and they can't see the chat what you typed in.
Did you want me to read that, Ruth? It was just Steve Wigman said, quote, "We want to keep the risk at the site as low as we can," unquote. I suggest that, quote, "We want to keep the risk as low as reasonably achievable, social, economic, and technological factors being taken into account. We should avoid any extremes like as low as we can, because that's neither wise nor affordable." The language, as low as reasonably achievable, social, economic, and technological factors being taken into account is taken from 10 CFR 20.1 standards for radiation protection of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And that's ALARA, and the definition of ALARA is social, economic, and technological factors. And of course, we do that on the Hanford Advisory Board all the time. It's just a point that I don't want that quote to run away and from Steve without some qualification. Thank you.
So
I appreciate that. That's I haven't heard some of those terms in a while, but that's a very very respectful way to say it. Thank you.
Right. So CFRs are codes of federal regulations. Think federal law. That's what that is. ALARA has to do with other environmental regulations and laws that we have to pay attention to. So if you're typing things into chat, remember there are people on the phone that cannot see that. And so if I see stuff like this, I'm going to stick you in the queue so that the folks on the phone have a fighting chance to follow what we're doing. Steve, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at this addition an arbitrary geographic area to define the local population diversity. My understanding from Carrie's comments was that determination of diversity was different than the area that they would accept membership from. And this implies that membership is only accepted from that area that was used to define diversity. And I think we all agree that we don't meet the diversity expectations no matter how you calculate them. But my understanding from Carrie is she clearly stated that they would not limit membership consideration to that same area.
So yeah, membership nominations can come from anywhere in the region. So what's the wording change that better communicates that concept for you?
I don't think that sentence cuts it.
Dan, can you help us? I've got you in queue.
Hi. So I think that we just kind of got tracked off a little bit. We don't really have anything to do with individuals' applications and the processing of the applications. Maybe that the aims of the agency having to do with local or population diversity is something that we can address, but mostly we encourage people to apply. And, we could say something about applications are accepted and they will be, screened and sent to the approval authorities. We really don't have anything to do with who actually applies outside of, the agencies or the interest groups that are already identified, not only in the HAB, but also identified by the agency. And it's in some ways not for us to say, partly because they haven't defined it yet, but partly because we want a wide range of diversity, and putting anything that would limit up that is not in our interests.
So I've got Jerry and Susan Leckband in queue. In order to keep us moving, I'm going to ask not only for your thoughts, but for words so we can keep moving. Jerry?
Yeah, so here's the principle. And I agree, the wording is a little bit, if you flip it around, it becomes much more understandable. But US DOE has said we're using a 100-mile circle. If you use the 50-mile circle, and depending where you put the pin, you would greatly increase the Latinx and Hispanic community population for diversity purposes. If you drop the pin in a place and use 100 miles, you actually greatly reduce the diversity. USDOE has not put in writing or described to us anywhere how it chose the circle it did or where it dropped the pin where it did. And for example, and I don't think Amber's on yet, if you include Spokane as the major downwind city, you greatly increase diversity. But by choosing 100 miles, you decrease it. If we are a board that represents the regional views about the cleanup of Hanford, then maybe you should include the diversity of Spokane in your count. And so that's the basis for the statement. And I think the solution is simply to flip it around. So after term limits, to say, and utilizing an arbitrary geographic area to define diversity for purposes. I'm going to go slow.
I'm trying to keep up with you, Jerry.
Utilizing an arbitrary geographic area to define diversity for purposes of screening membership applications of a small portion of the seats. Or actually, let's just say a portion of the seats.
For the stuff in
I think that reads better, but having been the person who wrote it down, I'm probably biased about whether it reads better.
Right. So let's go to some others in queue who can help us out. Susan Leckband and then Bob.
Thank you very much. I think that whole sentence should be removed. I don't understand why we are characterizing DOE intends to, you know, we all believe that there are different intents with this action, but it just diffuses the first sentence and the introduction in the fact that they are taking these actions unilaterally. And I think that gets lost with all of this verbiage. Not that I don't disagree with it or anything. I don't agree, you know, that's not the point. I think it's way too much, because we go on to explain how the board was made up and everything. And this other stuff is tangential. And to me, that whole sentence should be removed. Just the first sentence during that meeting announced they would be taking unilateral actions to restructure the membership of the board, period. And then we move on to how the board was made up and represented, how it was established and all of that. And for me, that sentence should be gone. Thanks.
Okay, so Susan is proposing deleting the sentence that's in gray, correct?
And this is Bob. I was up next, and I was going to say the same thing. That I think it means more the way if we delete what's highlighted right now.
So we go like that. I'm seeing some agreement in the chat from Liz, Jan, Susan Coleman, our other Susan. Jerry?
Well, we were discussing the diversity circle last night, which is why we were trying to do that. I think that the first part of that sentence, though, is essential as an example and lead in for anyone who's just reading like at headquarters to read the first paragraph. You've got to have at least the DOE intends to accomplish this by strictly applying membership term limits, put a period there. The other I can live without. It's further explanation. And I think we were trying to struggle with that second concept as we wrote that last night. I don't know about how others feel, but I do think leaving out that first part of the sentence means someone is likely to miss what comes later.
Okay,
I can agree with that.
Thank
Stop
you.
after term limits. Yeah.
good.
Fine, yeah.
Right. So I'm going to push you a little bit. Second paragraph is about how the board was initially put together.
And the key point we were trying to make here is that it wasn't just an arbitrary structure. They spent 6 months negotiating what organizations, what stakeholders, who would be on the board. So it was a very complex and thoughtful process. And we point that out later when we talk about, how DOE is now threatening to replace people on the board.
Third paragraph is about the structure and collaboration. Fourth paragraph, I'm trusting that you all are going to speak up, raise your hands, give me something in chat. If you're on the phone, *6 will pull you off of mute. So if you're on the phone and you want to jump in, it's a little awkward, but *6 will get you in the game. And I want to make sure you are welcome to jump in. So this paragraph is about the board's concern about a lack of collaboration.
Okay.
This paragraph is a historical reference to past advice and we will, for those of you who pay attention, we will make all of the references to DOE the correct acronym. We didn't scrub it for that yet. Go down. Paragraph, again, commenting on history. A little bit more on history. This paragraph is about term limits specifically. And a reference back. Oh, yes, yes. The quiet was getting to be unnerving.
Susan?
Simone. Yes.
Susan?
Or,
I mean, Ruth? This is Emmett.
yeah, Emmett, you're on the phone.
So the question back where it says we've added, the past year, the board welcomed 11 new members. I don't know why that sentence is there.
Bob, do you want to speak to that? Because you were the one that asked me about that number.
Yes, we were trying to show that there is turnover during using natural attrition of the board. And so we are adding new members all the time. So that was why we stuck that in. I'm not sure we said that well.
Okay, but talk about diversity, age, gender, ethnic, and racial diversity, and then we say we've added 11 new members.
Well, we said diversity can be attained by normal attrition over the life of the board. And so adding 11 new members was a example of normal attrition.
But does it reflect the diversity, gender, ethnic, and racial diversity? Those 11 new members? That's my question.
No,
As we talk about that, then we say we added 11 new members.
yeah, and that was more referring to the normal attrition. So, well, I guess it shows that when it comes to diversity, everybody's the same for us. We're kind of got blinders on when it comes to what people are. So we just look for people that are willing to serve. So, Emmett, how would you want to change that? Just drop that?
I would think so, unless we can support what we said previously to that.
Okay. That was mine. We can go.
Right, I have Simone and Steve in queue. Simone. Oh, and Jerry. Simone, good to hear your voice.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, I just wanted to say I don't really agree that diversity can be achieved on this board by natural attrition. I think diversity has rarely been achieved in this way. And a board formed in 1993, even though it's said to have balanced and diversities of Hanford cleanup, we're still lacking racial, ethnic, age, and gender diversity almost 30 years later. I think that just proclaiming a diversity of viewpoints does not negate the fact that this board is overwhelmingly white. I think that we could change the draft advice a little bit to remove the idea of natural attrition and maybe instead say something along the lines that we understand changes must be made to achieve diversity. However, DOE's unilateral approach is not it. We are willing to work as a board to achieve broader diversity because natural attrition has not worked over the lifespan of this board. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So are those the words you would like to include?
I mean, maybe not specifically those words, but like that sense of the words.
Okay, because I was like, oh, I wasn't typing that.
Yeah, let's get them on the screen and then we can look at them.
I can put them in the chat if that's helpful.
Actually, it's, yeah, okay. Well, Liz, you've got a question on Simone's point. So Steve and Jerry, you're still in queue, but I'm going to go to Liz.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we simplify it to just say that, I mean, I feel like the piece for me is like about term limits. We have term limited seats. By term, like if there is an effort to term limit all the seats eventually on the board, which may be in the future, I'm concerned about that. And I think there needs to be an actual plan to increase the diversity of the board, not just relying on it happening naturally. So I'm just wondering if we just take out can be attained without implementing term limits. just to go.
What
from
if we
attain
just
to without.
remove that whole paragraph?
Well,
with
I think
that?
it's important to say without implementing term limits, but if you just went from attained to without and took the by through authorities out, so you're just deleting from where you are without.
Without. Oh, okay.
Would that work, Simone?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I see an agreement in the chat from Simone.
Okay.
Steve Wigman.
I really like what Simone said. I think that we should include a discussion of that. As an old white guy, I don't feel we're very diverse. And I think the way she stated it makes a lot of sense. And I think that it's going to take proactive action. We can't just rely on the natural occurrence.
So are you proposing a different set of words can be attained by other means without implementing term limits? I mean, what?
Focus on obtaining diversity in age, gender, ethnic.
I think just say it the way she said it. It was very clear.
Attained without.
Okay. Emmett, is that you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I've got. So part of what we need to do is make sure that we're working on the words as well as the concepts. Jerry, can you help us out? You're next in queue.
Well, I think there are a couple things. Start with what we want to be saying here, which number one, I think we want to be saying again that it requires a plan to attain diversity. Number two, it has to apply to all seats. And number three, which I think should become a separate sentence, is that term limits can actually harm diversity and the voice of impacted populations, or can harm ensuring that we have lived experience represented on the board. So I would suggest that we say the board continues to believe that the focus on obtaining diversity, et cetera, has to be attained through a goal, through a plan that applies to all the seats, period. The board also believes that applying term limits may actually decrease effective participation by people with lived experiences that are different than most of the board members, period.
Okay, I think I missed something. The board continues to believe that. I think I missed something at that point.
The board continues to believe that diversity should be obtained through a plan that applies to all the seats. How's that? Not obtained, should be attained. Attained. Is that a little more straightforward?
So would you then delete the gray and just replace it with what you proposed?
I think you could, I was assuming that we'd start with as discussed in 259, comma, and then go the board continues. That's,
Okay.
does that make sense?
Okay. So for those, I know on the phone, it's really hard to see this. The new paragraph would read, as discussed in HAB advice number 259, the board continues to believe that diversity should be attained through a plan that applies to all the seats. The board also believes that applying term limits may actually decrease effective participation by people with lived experiences that are different than most of the board members. Most of the current board members?
I guess be most of the current.
Now remember, we're working on the background. We're not into the advice part yet. And I've got people in queue. Ginger, Jan, and Liz.
I think Jerry kind of hit on it, and I know this is your advice, but I was just thinking words like, you know, a deliberate plan or a careful plan, you know, rather than this all in one fell swoop bludgeoning.
Although that
bludgeoning, I like bludgeoning.
Jan, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that although we all value diversity, we are not the people who are going to be choosing the HAB members based on their diversity. That's going to be happening at the headquarters level. You know, we can encourage people to apply, but there's nothing in this that will make it happen. I think that what we need to be focusing on is that we don't have a plan from the agency that lays these diversity requirements out clearly and plainly. And so we can either say that attrition will take care of it, either at the headquarters level or just because people will apply, or we have to say we need the agency to provide the people, the public, and the board some guidelines about what would look like diversity without referring to geographic area. I know they talked about census, but I don't think that they're going to even use that at the headquarters level. So I think that Simone's language is very good, that we don't just value diversity of identity, but a diversity of interests. That's interesting to me, but it's very different from talking about applying term limits that might that would decrease the effective participation of people at the board. I just don't think that any of this is something that we can negotiate. If we want to make an advice point, I just think that this is just a little too late in the process. If we want to make an advice point, the advice point would say that we ask DOE to come up with a written plan about how they're going to achieve diversity so that we can be involved in the discussion. But to tell, you know, the DOE how to do it or what we think is a good idea falls far short of what we need.
So process question, we're still in the background. We're in the last couple of paragraphs in the background. So I'm cautioning you about background versus actual advice, and if you stick advice in the background, it's a little messy. Okay, so I've got something from Simone, and I'm just going to type it here so you can see it. And then I will read it to the folks on the phone. So the words from Simone are: diversity of interests are not a proxy for diversity of race, age, ethnicity, and gender.
Sorry, it sounds really like intense when you type it out. I just wanted to make clear that that's what I was saying.
Well, I wanted people to see it because not everybody can see chat.
Yeah,
So,
sorry. I don't think those two things are interchangeable. I think they're very different things. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so remember, we're in background. What do you need this paragraph to say? No, where's my list? I got 4 people in queue. Would love ideas about how to tackle this one. Liz, you're up.
Thanks. I just one suggestion was saying after implementing, say, additional term limits for the first paragraph, because we already have some term limited seats, so additional can be attained without implementing additional term limits. And that second sentence Jerry added just doesn't quite say what I think he wants it to say. I don't know if this works. I'm going to put it in the chat to see if this is what you're trying to say, Jerry. That it's a 6-year term limit's a short time to be on the board and form all the relationships, get all that information before your term's up to really be involved. I don't know if we need that in here or, but I think it's a little bit more clear than the way it is. Sorry, for making you type that up.
Okay, hang on a sec.
I can read it to you.
Yeah, no, it's because people are typing in chat and I keep losing the visual. Yeah. Okay, so for the phone, is a 6-year term limit is a short time to be on the board, and if someone new is recruited, it is difficult for them to form relationships and fully represent and relay information to their community before their term limit is up. Okay. And Dan Strom, I've got you in queue. I promise you'll get to ask your question. Okay, so now we have got about 3 or 4 different pieces for this potential paragraph. And Chris, are you on this topic? Can you help us out here?
Yes, maybe.
Okay, jump in.
I can't see that that new paragraph anymore. Could you move it up? The one in purple font that I think Simone proposed.
Okay, the Simone paragraph, it wasn't a paragraph, it was just a sentence. I highlighted it in gray. It reads, okay. Diversity of interests are not a proxy for diversity of race, age, ethnicity, and gender.
No, there was more to it than that. There were 2 sentences in it, and it's down below.
Oh, okay. So there is a purple paragraph down below. Here we go. The board values diversity of life experience and identity, not just a diversity of interests. The board invites a collaborative, thoughtful process with the TPA agencies to broaden the racial, ethnic, age, and gender diversity on the board.
Right. The way the second sentence is written, it's really an advice statement. When you say the board invites a thoughtful collaboration or thoughtful discussion, so on and so forth, that's really an advice statement. And that's basically what the second advice bullet is advocating. A plan with a discussion among the board, the TPA agencies, and so on. So I would take that second sentence and move it to the advice section. And the first sentence in there, the board values diversity of life experience and identity. I think that can be moved upward in any of the in the new paragraph that we're talking about, the one that Jerry proposed, and that could be the lead-in for that new paragraph. The wording is good on both sentences. I just think the second one is really an advice statement and should be removed to the advice section. And the first sentence could actually be a lead-in before the as discussed.
For those of you new to the board, this is kind of how advice rolls. So if this paragraph starts, the board values diversity of life experience and identity, not just a diversity of interests. What's the second sentence in that paragraph?
It could go on and say, as second sentence could be as discussed, or what Simone said would be a good way to follow that too. Diversity of interest are not a proxy for diversity of race. That could be the second sentence after the green one. So the green one ends with interest, and now this one leads with interest. And then I think if you wanted to delete the as discussed, you could go right down to what Jerry proposed, and the next sentence could be the board continues to believe blah, blah, blah.
So if that went away,
then you have a paragraph that's totally about diversity. It's totally about diversity.
okay. Dan Strom, you're next in queue. What do you think?
Of course, I support racial, ethnic, age, gender diversity. Don't get me wrong, but as I believe I typed in the chat, I'll see if I can find the words. I was nominated. So my question is, does the board value expertise and willingness to serve? I was nominated based on my expertise and willingness to serve, with no consideration that I am an old white guy. I know only one woman of Native American ancestry who actually lives and works in Richland for a Hanford contractor, but who has expertise in radiation protection that I thought I was bringing to this board. She's got 2 kids and a full-time job and has to work overtime to get her job done in the week. She's not going to be working on the Hanford Advisory Board without a paycheck, and there's nobody who's going to pay her. So how are you going to get expertise on this board if all you care about is diversity? Maybe we don't need expertise, but when I see these people who can tell me that in 1993 or 1994 the Hanford Advisory Board did this, or John Wagner said that, we need that on the board. And you're not going to find that in young people. You're not going to find that in anybody who hasn't worked at Hanford for decades. So I don't understand. I guess I don't understand, the work of the board is not a popularity contest. It's not how you feel about things only. There's got to be some science and technology in it. And I think maybe I'm going to go out on a limb and speak for Tony Brooks, who I admire and respect a lot. But I think we're here to keep anything that is just patently not true about radiation and radiation protection out of the Hanford Advisory Board. I mean, I feel like I'm a watchdog to keep stuff that's just patently false or bad for public health. That's why I'm here. And if you can find somebody who's not an old white guy to do that, good luck. But I still think that expertise is important, and I don't see that in this document. So thank you.
Do you have any specific words you would add at this point?
Oh yeah, so now you want me to work, huh? Yeah.
I mean, does diversity of life experience?
What is the sense? Is expertise to be considered? I mean, we have considered only organizations. I mean, I'm astonished. It says on the Hanford Advisory Board that I'm here on behalf of Benton Franklin Public Health. I have no contact with Benton Franklin Public Health. The fact that I have a PhD in public health and I've worked in public health all my life doesn't mean that I'm representing them. I've actually written to Dr. Amy Person, not gotten any response. I mean, why would she care about this when she's got COVID to work on? But I think we need a statement about. We also need expertise and corporate village memory. We call it tribal memory, and there's so much of that in these people who would get wiped out of our board because of term limits. That's just a tragedy. I'll tell you what, DOE doesn't bring any corporate or tribal memory to this. None. The only thing DOE remembers is what we point out to them. So I feel like I'm not opposed to diversity, but having this diverse United Nations group on this board, it alone is not going to get our work done. We also need people who've got the engineering sense that I hear from Steve Wigman, or the legal sense that I hear from Jerry Paulette, and a lot of there's a lot of people here. I don't do budgets and contracts. How would we get along without people who understand that stuff? So where is the need for expertise? I guess, does anybody else think that's important?
I think we do address that in that what's on the screen right now. The board values diversity of life experiences and identity, not just diversity of interests. So I think we are saying that. And then I think later on we actually say that again, that you can't get these, like the third paragraph down. So I think the board is agreeing with Dan on a lot of these things. Because we're saying that the board is made up of people with experience and knowledge. And I think the fourth paragraph even talks about that. And it enriches our process and our advice. So
we
I think we do have it covered.
So we can get to the advice.
Yes.
So I'm showing you a not marked up version just because the red line was getting a little messy. The red line is still here. It's not lost. But this is how it's laying out right now, given Chris's suggestions.
And I would remind people, this is the background section. This is for people that don't have the knowledge of what's happening, they can read it and understand it. But the advice is the only thing that DOE actually responds to.
Okay. So I'm going to get linear on you. And I've got folks in queue. At the top of this page, I've lost my numbering of. We've got the beginning of a paragraph that talks about diversity. Do you want that combined with this second paragraph? The board continues to believe that diversity should be attained through a detailed plan. That overlaps one of your advice points. And remember, you're in the background.
And is it bad to overlap or cover in the background things we later advise? I think it might be good to mention it in the background and set it up for the advice later on, as long as we ensure the advice covers it.
So are you all okay with this 2-sentence lead-in? Diversity of life experience and interests are not a proxy for other measures of diversity. Next paragraph. The board continues to believe. Dan Solitz, I'm going to go back to the queue. Dan? We have more than one Dan.
Thank you. Good morning. I've been attending a lot of the Environmental Protection Agency, WEJAC and NJAC meetings, and I can see how the executive order came about. It's driven by a lot of minority communities being horribly mistreated because they are minority communities, and so the executive has decided to do something about this and has told its executive agencies to get on the stick and start doing something about this. But I think we have two things that we're trying to do. One is to protect members with history, and history continues to move on. So if DOE is successful in recruiting, and the recruiting is all on their back, it's ethnic and minorities and diverse membership. After 6 years, if you've got someone that fits his profile, you don't want to say, well, goodbye, go find somebody else who's like you. So I think we need to emphasize the term limits is not a good long-term strategy for shaping the board to reflect the community, age, race, and gender. And so we need, I think we need to remind DOE that that's not a good way to go, term limits. And I think we need to emphasize to DOE the difficulty, just to get them off the stick, of going out and finding these folks. I mean, I've been doing volunteer activist work for more decades than I care to remember, and it's whoever shows up and wants to do the work gets on the board or on the committee, or even chairs the committee. And to bring people to that is going to take a gigantic effort, because what's going on at Hanford now isn't like what's going on around an oil refinery or a landfill or a quarry. And so it's going to be hard to get these folks who have difficult lives as it is to dedicate a great deal of their time to something like this. But should they find some people like this, and then say after 6 years, well, goodbye, go find somebody else, just doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I've said my piece, and thank you for listening.
So we've got to get through the background before we get to the advice points, and time is not our friend right now, and I know you hate it when I say that, but I had to say that. Rob?
Yes, let's continue on. I think what we have up there probably reads good. And like I said, this is the background. And I think Susan has said before, shorter is better. So
I have Rob, Bob, Emmett, and Tony in queue. So
yeah,
Bob,
you can take me off.
I'll take you out. Okay. Rob?
Hello. I'm learning so much about diversity right now, or in our work here. I'm grateful for that part. But to a direct point to some of her first comments about this, and that if we go back to the reason why we added that paragraph in the first place, is that we recognize that DOE still has not written a plan on how they're going to implement this that we can follow. They haven't written a plan that tells how an agency or somebody that's sponsoring an individual on the board, how they're going to meet those requirements that have not been written down yet of obtaining enough documentation to show that they did look for it. I mean, this is a heck of a burden you're going to put on some of these organizations. And until they have that plan written down and people can comment on it, we were basically saying is we're attriting 11 members a year or a cycle, and that with a good conscience and good planning, we can start getting people on until DOE comes up with a plan that's written that we can conform with. And I think that was the reason for that kind of general statement in the beginning of this, and that we were just going to recognize the situation is that one of our main advice points is come up with a plan, write it down, tell us what we got to do. I look at some of our organizations are not going to be able to do the background searches on individuals that meet the requirements that you want. I see a real problem with all that, and a lot of potential in order to get around it. Maybe some people will get on the board that shouldn't be on the board. Anyway, I just want to kind of mellow that out. This is the background, the introduction, and we were just generally basically saying is we are attriting a lot of people all the time, and let's move it in more gradually until a plan's there. Thank you.
Right. I've got Emmett and Tony in queue, and the question is, we've got these 5 short paragraphs, and they take us.
Is it Emmett?
Yeah, Emmett, go.
Okay,
they basically take us to the advice. So go, Emmett.
Oh yeah, I was just going to mention what Stan mentioned about Brian's comment about we need to have it's not a technical board, and that's not the evolution of the board. It's more community. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Tony Brooks. Let's get you off of mute so we can hear you.
Thank you. In the paragraph, the board values diversity of life experience and identity and so on. The second sentence, diversity of interests are not a proxy for diversity of age, race, and so on. That's one of the problems, that we don't have the kind of interest, and I would put expertise in that list of things. Diversity of interest does not proxy identity of expertise, race, age, and so on. So I really think we have to get something in there that says that we have to have some expertise in that. That was my only comment, to go back to what Dan said, that a lot of these people who are the right race, age, and ethnicity and gender don't have the interest. And so how do you get the interest from those people? I just wanted to make sure that we have something in there that says expertise is important. Thank you.
Right. So go, no go questions. We've got these 5 paragraphs. I know it's really hard if you're on the phone right now. There's only one more line between this part of the background and the advice. So are you back in line? Oh, there you go, Tony. Does this read, Liz, you've got a question.
Yeah, I just think it got lost in the long conversation. The paragraph that begins a 6-year term limit, my intent was for that to replace the sentence that begins, the board also believes applying term limits may decrease effective participation. That was my intent when I added it, not for it to be separate, but I don't think we ever got to that, because there are a lot of suggestions and we just went into talking about all the ideas. I just think that sentence doesn't make sense to me. I don't know if it does to the agencies. So it just replace that. So we would just get rid of that and it would just continue there. Yeah. Thanks.
So I'm cleaned up. I know this is like hard to read. Cleaned up, it looks like this. And this is the last bit of the background before we get to advice.
And these are all good points. If DOE actually agrees to sit down and talk about writing a plan that we all agree to, I think all these parts, things we documented in the background here would be good background and the basis for discussion with them should we actually get a sit-down meeting.
Are we? I'm gonna show the markup. Are we ready to move to the advice?
Except for that one last purple or blue line that was left, I think somebody recommended that we move that into the advice points. But
the board invites a thoughtful process. Does that already exist in?
Okay.
Does that already exist in the advice? The advice points. In the we wanna talk with you section.
Can I weigh in on this too?
Yeah, Jan, and then Susan Leckman.
I think invites a collaborative and thoughtful process kind of is the same as, once again, we ask for the opportunity to help craft solutions. So we need to, combine that into one idea instead of having it, said twice. And certainly we've signaled that by saying, once again, we're asking for the opportunity. So I think we should take out once again for whatever reason, because that doesn't scan very well. And one sentence could be in the background and one could be an advice point. And I think that the one that Ruth is on now could be the advice point, that we ask for the opportunity to work with DOE to craft solutions. And in the background, inviting a collaborative and thoughtful process is a good prequel to that. So that's my suggestion.
So you would actually delete the grayed out
and make it an advice point if we don't have it.
Susan Leckman.
Yeah, I think it should be an advice point, or in collaboration with that sentence just prior, the one that's in blue or purple, depending on your computer. The board invites a collaborative, thoughtful process with the TPA agencies to blah, blah, blah. And then combine that with the following sentence as the intro to the advice. That, to me, that makes sense. Either that or make it an advice point, one or the other. But I think it's a good thought and we should combine them. When
I
your
think,
collaborative
yeah,
thoughtful process is the same as help craft solutions. I mean, it's the same thought, just in different verbiage. So use that as the intro to the advice.
mhm,
Does that make sense, folks?
yeah. So we would delete the sentence below where the cursor is right now, the one that started once again.
Delete this.
Is that right, Susan?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And then
Okay,
to
then
that
go to
end,
the advice.
we have the following advice, or
Okay.
to achieve that, something along those lines, to achieve, let's see, this goal. The HABs, this is the following it. To achieve these goals, the board urges the following advice. The board offers the following advice. There you go. Perfect.
Only because you've used that sentence a lot in 310 other times.
That seems good.
Good.
It reiterates what we want, what the advice is intended to do.
Okay.
Tony Brooks is in queue, and then we've got to move on to the advice. Tony.
I just want to add the expertise in that list again. Okay. Broaden the expertise, racial, ethnic, age, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's something we've got to maintain.
So let's move to the advice. We are bumping the break. we'll come up with a brilliant idea as to how to make up the time. Just not this minute.
So you can see the changes we made on the first bullet. It remained basically the same as yesterday. Second bullet remained the same. And then all the changes were made to the third bullet. And basically there was the basic request to have a written plan and all of us be involved in it. What we did add was that we wanted the headquarters representatives and stakeholders that were interested to be also part of this discussion. And then we try to incorporate Jerry's thoughts about what they're doing now would basically eliminate most of the women on the board because they don't have a plan. They're just shotgunning it. So any thoughts there?
Let's let folks read it. I pulled out the red line strikeout because it was like triple color. Hands up. Susan. Susan like that?
Sorry, my hand was still up. Excuse me.
Oh.
I like it. I vote yes, but Jan is the one who gives the official vote.
Tom Galeotto.
Yes, thanks, Ruth. I did have, despite the fact that I participated in crafting some of these words last night with a small group, I missed one thing, and I'd like to add it here. That last sentence in this first sub-bullet that you're looking at, it says, for example, the immediate effect of the term limit and so forth will be to eliminate most of the women currently serving on the board. I would like to add, in reference to Emmett's comment from yesterday, and would eliminate the only currently serving primary board member that is African American. I think that goes along with that sentence well, because it talks about limitations imposed due to term limits that affect diversity.
Okay.
I'm shuffling back and forth just because I want you to be able to see the words. So these are the words in the advice about the written plan. The other two advice points, reaffirmation of the mission and focus, and TPA commitment and action. Dan.
I would just like to go back to that paragraph that Tom Galeotto was talking about, and where it says would be to eliminate most of the women. The immediate effect of the term limit application would be to, and I would take out as proposed, I don't know, would be to eliminate, many of the women.
This is Shelley. Could we flip the wording to say the application of term limits? Because it's confusing the way it's written.
I agree.
Thank you.
Let me, that's better.
And, we're talking about women on the board twice in this paragraph. I think we could take out one of them. This discussion. Yeah, I think that we could take out the part that we would end the sentence at the end of public at large seats and take out the parentheses. And I think we'd still have the same sense.
So if we take out the parentheses.
Period. And then take the rest of the sentence out.
So the gray would go away?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the extra period, there's an extra period in there if that happened. Okay.
You could also eliminate the eliminate. You've got two of them in there. You only need one on the last sentence.
Ruth, you're going. Okay, so half of the parentheses. Yeah, that's better. And what was the other remark?
You've got two eliminates. You don't need the last one.
Oh, and yeah, the next one.
And
oh, I like it. Yeah.
He said eliminate. Right. I got, Jerry, your hand is up.
Sorry about that. I tried to turn off the notifications dinging in chat and dropped the whole meeting for a minute there. I don't know why we would replace most of the women with many of the women when the math, which I've shared with you all, is most of the women. And I think it is important for DOE headquarters or the rest of the public to understand that that is the effect, not just many.
Okay, but Jerry, I thought I remembered you said something yesterday about the people who would, the term limits would apply to about 40%. I thought that's what you said.
Well, it applies to 40% of the seats, which have the majority of women, far great
Well,
majority.
I mean, if you can justify it being most, you know.
Yeah,
then-
I sent you all a link to a document that goes through and applies the term limits and diversity of the seats and their impact, immediate impact.
So do you have a percentage? Maybe we could just put that in.
Well,
Like,
it
wouldn't
was
that
the
be
majority of
impactful
on the
to
board.
say
I think it was
54%? Wouldn't that be impactful instead
I-
of many or most?
I just think saying most is appropriate and gets to votes. You know.
Yeah, I agree with Jerry. I agree with Jerry for sure.
I won't quibble.
Okay.
Dan Strom apparently has run the numbers.
Well, I haven't. I don't have the numbers. But
Oh,
instead
oh,
of
you
N,
know,
just put in X out of Y. Let's give numbers. Let's pretend we know what we're doing. Because this sounds like just a kind of an unsubstantiated claim. There's nothing wrong with numbers here. I assume someone has the numbers. I don't.
Jerry, you're on.
I shared a memo yesterday. I can find it, you know, and link it again in chat. So I will put the link again in chat. Take me a couple minutes.
Okay. So while Jerry's doing that, the next sub-bullet, we lost a piece. The last two words will dramatically affect the board's ability to accomplish its mission.
So let's look at the last two bullets while Jerry is finding the reference. Because that is the last word in the advice. Jerry, Josh may have found it and stuck it in the chat. Is that the right one? If you're off mute, it's easier to hear you. My lip reading skills are really awful.
So while we wait, can we go ahead while we figure out what those numbers are and see if there's anybody that disagrees with the advice?
We need to resolve the number thing.
Yeah.
And we need to get Jerry off of mute. And I can't do that. You can only unmute yourself. I don't have that power. For newer members, let me give you a little process thing while I'm buying time. The last page of the template for draft advice, you may have noticed, because of course you read the advice, right, is a checkbox kind of thing of who you want to send the advice to. And that's, you sent that out yesterday. There are folks from the TPA agencies. You have the option to send them to your sibling boards. The Oregon and Washington congressional delegations, that's a long-standing habit of the board. And then other folks that come to mind. So the last question I typically ask you if you would adopt advice is, who do you want on this list? Jerry, have you found the numbers yet?
You're muted, Jerry.
Let's
You're
get
still
you off
muted.
the mute, Jerry. Oh, thank you, Roberto. Replace Laura with Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Problem is I need to go to a different window. Okay. Here's the, oh shoot. Sorry. It keeps disappearing on me because it's the window. Okay. I'm going to open it in different. Please bear with me. I'll open it up in a different monitor. And
So Ruth, how do we go ahead and vote on this? Do we
Right.
send you emails?
I would.
Chats?
We do have a quorum. I've already figured that one out. Use the chat. I've got to check, are there people who are primary members who are only on the phone? This is where I need the phone people to let me know. If you are on the phone and you are a primary member, I need to know that.
This is Richard. I think I'm the only member left for West Richland that's approved.
Okay. So Richard, I know you're at a disadvantage because you can't see the screen from the phone. Are you in agreement with this advice?
I looked at the draft last night. I'm in agreement with the way it's worded on the advice points.
Thank you, Richard. So for everyone else who has access to the chat, the way we would determine consensus is your name, your seat, and whether or not you are in consensus with the advice. And then I would madly check you all off the list to see if we have enough support. That's how we would do it. But I wanted to check with Richard on the phone since he doesn't have access to chat. Question, Liz.
I'm sorry I missed this earlier, and if it's too late to say this, for the request the TPA agencies define and affirm, I brought this up with the issue manager team and I couldn't help with it last night because my kids were losing their minds. My concern is that this is putting the definition in the TPA agency's hands and doesn't really give us a role in the defining. If it's possible to say, request that the TPA agencies with the HAB define and reaffirm, I think that solves that problem for me, if that's okay with folks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's different than what we're trying to say.
Yes.
Thanks.
Maybe with commas, TPA agencies, comma, with the board, comma.
How we doing, Jerry?
I'm redoing the math to be sure. Re.
Marissa.
4.
See your hand. There, Marissa? Marissa, do you want to be in the queue?
Yes, please. I just have a short thought, and I kind of thought of it a little bit late in this advice, but if you don't mind putting me in the queue, please.
Yeah, you're in. It's all yours.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the DOE addresses the tribal representatives. For example, Christy Baptiste has been on the board for more than 6 years, but I think it's important to retain that tribal voice. I know they said there might be exceptions, but if they could define those exceptions, and that might be kind of late to put in this, but if there's any DOE folks listening.
Marissa, this is Jan. Is there a place that you can see that being added? Should it be in the background or the advice points?
Mm-hmm. About would it fit somewhere
Ruth,
by, for example, the application of term limits would eliminate many of the women currently serving on the board, and the only currently serving primarily serving primary board member that is African American. Could it fit just a short bit in there?
Give me some words, Marissa, and let's see.
Eliminate many of the women, including one or more tribal representatives.
That sounds great.
Serving.
Uh-huh.
Does that work for you, Marissa?
Yes, thank you, Susan.
You bet, hon.
Just a question. Are the tribal representative seats having term limits imposed on them? Did I miss that? I can't remember.
They just haven't, I don't think, to my knowledge, they've said what that will mean for the tribal representatives who've been serving for more than 6 years.
I think the issue here is there is no written plan. They keep telling us things, but I haven't seen it in writing, and every time they tell us, it's a new piece of information. Just like Gary yesterday said, there was a telephone number, and we should have asked. It just they're just shooting us. It's not a ready, aim, fire. It's a fire, fire, fire. So I think it's good to say, hey, it could impact them. And Ruth, could you scroll up a little higher? So when we say the appropriate US DOE headquarters representatives, stakeholders, could we put in tribal at that point?
Maybe before stakeholders.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
Sherry.
I can now, going through, making sure I know the math here. If excluding the tribal representation, which is unclear how that would work, 50% of the women on the board would be removed, as is apparent to me from discussions in terms of immediate effect of 6 years of service. And that is based on not counting the tribal representation, which I'm not sure how we count that.
How about saying at least 50%?
Yeah, that works. I mean, part of this is like Becky has posted in here. I don't think Becky's seat, from what they said, from Hamtech, is covered by term limits, because Becky, of course, has been on the board for many years, been a very valuable member of the board for many years, but I don't think her seat is covered by term limits. So she would be staying on the board. I think that works, that language.
Okay.
So we got a little bit out ahead of our skis with folks putting in chat their consensus on this advice. Usually we finish all of the wordsmithing before we do that. Online has its challenges. So if you haven't changed your view on consensus, leave yourself in the queue. If you have, let me know. But this is the point at which I need to know in the chat, do we have consensus on this? So if you haven't yet weighed in, let me know. I've got Steve Wigman. Pam, do you have a comment?
Yep. So Bob is the primary. I have a lot of reservations about this, but I don't know the vote. But I'm curious, are any of the brand new HAB members still in this discussion? Because this is painful and this would be an indicator of whether they're willing to do it. Can you look at whose names are there and see if any new people have stayed on board? Thank you.
I mean, I do have a list of the quorum count, and yes, we have new members in the quorum count. And some have participated in the discussion as well.
So Ruth, will you only be counting the people who vote at this point, right?
Correct. And it needs, and that's why I need name, seat, and your consensus, because if two of you, so using Jan and Susan as an example, if both Jan and Susan wrote in chat, I agree, I'm only counting Jan because she's the primary member for the seat for which Susan is an alternate. So you don't get to double count. We gain consensus by seat. So if you have
Ruth,
not,
this is Richard.
Yes, Richard.
Just my question: am I counted? I may lose signal.
Yes, you are counted. Thank you for checking.
Okay, I'm in the middle of nowhere.
So are we.
So if you have not indicated, yes, Rebecca, you are the primary member. So I have Steve Wigman and Marissa. Steve?
Yeah, I had a question about the distribution. Could you scan down to the distribution? Who we're sending it to?
Right. I'm still back on. Do we have a agreement?
Does go down a little further. I think this goes to I noticed we're sending it to Governor Inslee. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
I don't know much. I'm not a political person and I don't know much about government. I just am not particularly in favor of sending it to the governor.
I added
Steve?
Governor Inslee to the list because he was part of the convening report when he was the 4th district representative. They interviewed him by the Keystone Group that set up the HAB. So I thought he would kind of like to know what's going on.
Okay. I just don't think it's a good idea, but I'm gonna go with
2, 4, 6, 8.
Okay. I've got Marissa and Susan in queue, and at the moment, we do not have enough feedback from enough people for this to have consensus. So if you have not weighed in with your opinion, we need you to do that. Marissa.
For some reason, I can't get chat, but I do support the advice with the Nez Perce tribe, the alternate. I don't believe Christy's on today.
I think you're correct. Thank you for letting me know.
I kind of wonder what Christine Gregoire would think this many years later on how the board has turned out and how she negotiated so much for the tri-party agreement. And is this what she intended? I mean, it'd be so interesting to talk to her about that.
Okay. Sorry, the bookkeeping is the bookkeeping.
Ruth, do we want to take a break and then you can do your bookkeeping and announce the results when we get back?
Yeah, one question I have, wait a minute. Susan Leckband and Jeff Burright in queue, and then yes. Susan.
Hey, thanks. I'm just wondering, I can't see all of the CCs, and I'm wondering if Ike White is on there.
Yeah, he is.
I can't see that.
Yes, he's.
And I'm wondering, since Secretary Granholm was just out here visiting, wouldn't it be a bad idea to copy her too? She won't ever see it, but it'll go to one of her gatekeepers. Might be good.
How do I spell her name so I don't misspell it?
Granholm, I believe. And I'm sure somebody from DOE can correct us.
Right. Don't let me embarrass myself that way.
Yeah. Or the board. I agree.
Yeah. All right.
Thank
Jeff.
you. Thank you.
Hi. I would just like to have a couple of minutes to scroll slowly through the advice points, or just put them up on the screen so I can read them one more time, clean. I think we're probably fine, but there's been a lot of discussion, so I just want to see it all in one place. Thank you.
So I also understand that the weapons complex monitor had an article, which I haven't been able to read, but except for the headline, saying that the board, the Hanford Advisory Board, bristles at the impact of what they're doing to us. So I think there's going to be a lot of interest from some of the people on our carbon copy list to actually see what the advice is. So we may get a little bit more interest from the congressional delegations and some of the DOE folk than we usually do.
This is Richard. I was going to discuss it with my meeting with Representative Newhouse next week.
Good idea.
Susan, is your hand still up? Leckband, is your hand still up? To the back. Right.
Hey, Bob, do we want to CC them, the weapons monitor?
I don't know if we can. What's the protocol there?
The one of the reporters for Weapons Complex Monitor regularly dials into HAB meetings, and are in the event we are contacted, we usually direct the press to things on the website that are publicly posted, because my staff and I do not want to be primary sources. We can also refer them to the TPA agencies and their communications departments.
So if this passes, it'll be on Hanford.gov and anybody can access the advice.
Correct.
And Annette Carey, who writes for the Weapons Monitor, was on the call yesterday. She was part of the. I saw her name on the participants list yesterday.
There were 3 reporters on the participants list.
Yeah, but I know Annette Carey, as well as being Tri-City Herald, she used to always write for the Weapons Complex Monitor.
So, last call for people in the chat. Do we have consensus? We are there.
Jeff here.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes, Emmett.
I was, listening to this and going through this, it kind of tickles my heart, concerns and the interests that we have about diversity from the HAB board, because, it has been lacking, but that conversation, I think we need to keep it as in our hearts and in our minds as we go through a future advice, not only this advice, but if it's technical advice, whatever advice we have, we need to keep diversity of thought in our mind, and the environmental impacts and the fact that who it affects when we talk about our advice. So it really does tickle my heart. And as Rebecca says, and as Martin Luther says so many times, it's not, it's not about the color of your skin, but about the content of your character. So, thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. The count is in. You have passed this advice. We will.
Ruth.
I believe it's number 311, but we will triple check the numbering. With that, I suggest we take a break till 11:05. Jeff, you have a question?
Yeah, I feel like I was cut off there, overridden a little bit.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. After having a chance to read it through again, I was kind of taking a little bit of a backseat. There were a lot of people and thoughts. The only thing that gives me any little bit of pause is the advice point that talks about due to recent DOE activities to actively enforce term limits that will dramatically affect the board's ability to accomplish its mission. The will dramatically affect is, have we established that? Like truly established that? Or is it that the board is concerned that it will affect or may affect, or, just, I am on board with the idea that we should be talking about the mission and we should be clear on it. I just don't want to.
How about, Jeff, instead of dramatically, just adversely? Would that be okay?
Would
down a little lower.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. So boss me around.
Second bullet, sub bullet.
Oh, see.
Okay. Or even may dramatically, or may affect.
I don't think you really have to. I think it reads well. It reads well with the word dramatically.
Well, Rob, I have a little bit of heartburn with it. Problem.
It could be will dramatically or may adversely. So that's a good alternative.
I like the may adversely.
Yeah, go for it.
Go in the future sense. Sure.
it's a little weird to wordsmith
Right.
it at this point.
Oh, my apologies.
Is there anyone that cannot live with that change? We're a little out of sequence. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want to ruffle a feather of somebody who's already weighed in.
Understood, but we had not yet given our consensus, and this was what I was looking for. So thank you.
This is Richard. I'd like to jump in and say I would take either may or will. I think it's may sort of downgrades it, and with the loss of historical perspective, it's a given. So I would prefer will adversely.
Well, there is no question that the state of Oregon has benefited from the long-running members of this board and what they brought.
This is him, and I agree with Richard.
Okay, we need to decide on may or will. The original that people weighed in on said will.
I think will is fine. We toned down dramatically to adversely, so I think it's a compromise.
Well, I guess my issue with this is that we're saying we need to define the mission because affecting the membership will adversely or dramatically affect the ability for the HAB to complete its mission, which suggests that the mission is already defined. And so there's just a little bit of to me, the sentence doesn't make a ton of sense.
Oh,
But,
that was my words too.
Yeah, sorry.
It's what I was trying to say is we had an agreement or a vision of what we were supposed to be accomplishing. We need to, based on what we heard from Brian Vance yesterday, we need to figure out what our new mission is. So, or is it changed?
So is that nuance captured if we change adversely affect to adversely impact? That way it's not so much, an assertion.
Yeah, I think will affect is very simple, but if that's not strong enough for people, I understand.
So how about changing to the word accomplish to perform? Its currently defined mission?
Yeah, too much.
Because it's changed, or it could change, or maybe they want us to do what we were doing.
Yeah, well,
but
I don't love how it was before. I can live with it. I don't want to keep everyone from a hard-earned break. Sorry.
Okay. So the original was will dramatically affect.
I like adversely.
Will adversely affect. Can people live with will adversely affect? I know some of you prefer may. And we're definitely a little bit out of sequence.
Yeah. I can live with it. My eyes are floating.
Yeah. Okay. People need coffee and a lap around the living room. Okay, let's crop the break to a little bit shorter, 11:10. Let's do 11:10. We've got to do cleanup priorities advice. I will interrupt us at 11:30 for public comment, regardless of where we are. Yeah, let's go get some coffee and be back at 11:10.
And thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. You did a great job.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. So next up is cleanup priority advice. Let's see. Can you see it on the screen? I will at 11:30 stop us wherever we are and check on public comment. And then we will come back to what needs to happen. Tom, would you go over what changes were made overnight in response to yesterday's conversation?
Sure. In fact, what I'd like to do is, I think we can fairly quickly run through and see where the changes are. Is this the changed version, Ruth? The track change?
Yeah.
Okay. It should be. I think it is.
Oh, here, let me, sorry, I can do the markup won't be as bloody as the last one.
What's that?
The markup's cleaner on this one because there weren't as many changes as on the last piece of draft.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see the markup so we can discuss those. And that, I think that's really the focus of, because we went through this all yesterday as well. So we tried to incorporate the comments that were made yesterday and I think got those in. There's one question that remains that I'd like to talk about that Steve mentioned. So we'll go through that way. So let's go ahead and scan down. The first change was only a quotation mark right there at the end of cross-cutting activities, which is editorialized. The next one was, I think, some wording in the heading into the advice. Oh, yeah, a minor word change. Instead of indicating that if items that were supposed to be finished before 2024 are not actually finished, they should be added. We said to the list below, but to the list. That didn't sound right quite to me. I suggested we make that to the table below. So it's just a clarification. This was an addition now. Before we didn't have the notes number. We had two notes indicated on the acronyms and the identifier for each of the items. That was now shown as note 1 and note 2. Note 3 is an addition, and this was from one of Steve's comments that he would like to see have an indication in the table which items are in the 5-year plan, which items are not in the 5-year plan, and in fact, which items have been accelerated that are in the 5-year plan. And so the note here is meant to give the reader a heads up going into this table that that is in fact what the definition is of the I, the O, and the A, if you will, as abbreviations, which will show up. And we went through this. I'll say I went through it, and Chris Sutton went through it and helped me out. And we compared notes. I compared the two inputs, and we ended up with the designation that you see below in the table. So the note defines what we did there, and I'll read through it for those on the phone. The following notation in the table below, parenthetically, under the 2024 cleanup activity description column, in parent, indicates whether that activity is shown as being in the current DOE 5-year plan, represented by an I, out of the current 5-year plan, represented by an O, or represents an accelerated activity in the 5-year plan, represented by an A. And important is this last sentence as well. Those items marked as O, or out of the 5-year plan, may actually be planned but not shown by DOE in the 5-year plan. And a good example of that is the safety related items. We have two safety related items in the table. DOE did not specifically identify a safety related issue for personnel or workers. And we understand that. And similarly, they didn't typically identify in the 5-year plan anything on the indirect and supporting activities. So they're all listed as out of the plan. That's not a hit on DOE. That's just the way the 5-year plan is constructed, and it reflects that. So I wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. There are a lot of O's in this list, as you'll see. And so that's one reason for it. DOE did not get into some of the specific details that we've identified in the table. Okay, Ruth, let's move on. Well, just to show you the examples there, you see on TWA, the first item in the table for DF law, we listed it as an A, and that's where all of these designations show up throughout this table now, AO or I, and it's at the end of the description text. So that's not the only thing we changed on every one of these items was in fact adding that designation that we just went over. I won't go through those. They're self-explanatory, and I think we can talk about them if there's a question. So Ruth, let's move down a bit. There is the comment. Yeah, let's stop. Wait, just a sec. That's too far. That's good. The one comment that Steve mentioned that I had not yet included is this. If you could move back to the left on that, I wanted to show you the wording first. Steve had suggested that the TWC, which is the leaking single shell tank retrieval, which is marked as critical, he felt can be interchanged or swapped with TWE, which is the WTP, continued design and construction activities. I did not make that switch for this version. I wanted to have the HAB, talk about this a bit. My feeling is we went through the IM team with this kind of designation, as you see in front of you. We went through the approval in the BCC this way, and we've now also at least had a discussion with a number of the committees in February, similarly with this kind of designation. So I was hesitant to just automatically flip it from the discussion yesterday. I'd be happy to do it if everyone thinks that's appropriate. Flipping it meaning make the WTP, continued design and construction activity, critical, move it up into the critical section there, and move the single shell tank retrieval item important and move it down to where the WTP was. That was the suggestion. Again, I did not do that here yet. I'd be interested in your feedback on that.
And we've got folks in queue. So Steve Anderson, you're up, and then Chris. Are you there, Steve? Anderson. Steve Anderson? Okay, let's go to Chris and we will put Steve Anderson back in queue so we don't lose him.
Okay.
So Chris and then Steve Wigman.
Yeah, two comments on the WTP. One of the reasons that we put it as important goes back to our definition of important is if funds are available, do it. Well, we want them to accelerate it. It's not scheduled for 2024. So if funds are available, then it could go in 2024. If funds aren't available, then it would go back to where it was originally scheduled in 2025. So important means we'd like it to be done in 24 if there are funds. If we were talking about 2025 now, where it's originally planned, I expect we might say it was critical. So that's, I just wanted to put that in for the reason it's important. It's because it was an A. Next year, we might say it's critical.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right, let's circle back to Steve Anderson. Are you back with us? I see your hand. Having audio problem. Okay, we won't forget him. Steve Wigman.
I very much appreciate the notations that you added. That answers the mail on my question. And that recent comment from Chris made it clear why WTP is listed as important. So I'm okay with what you've done if others are.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
All right, Rob, with us.
This is on the WTP section there. We listed as important, and we have a meeting behind it. And I think that that we understand that it's a big thing that they've divided WTP up into the HLW and the pre-treat. And so to go further, we were announced at a meeting, I guess it was last week, week before, the budget for this next year. And smack dab, we're getting $144 million for the continuation of design work on the HLW plan. And so I believe that they're seeing the need to do this. I think that we shouldn't be afraid to say accelerate in future years. But again, remember that our advice is advising them for policy statements in the future. And so I think it's good to leave it at a very high level. If we want to, in the future, divide them between the two different plants, I think that's probably appropriate. But definitely, if we're ever going to take direct feed HLW, we need to have pre-treat to do the whole business. So they've got to finish them to that extent. That's my comment. Leave it important now, but I think that we need to mention the word accelerate in the future and look at accelerating this thing.
Harry, I see your hand.
I was just gonna say, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of an echo.
Huh, weird. Is that better?
Yeah, better.
Okay. So I was just gonna say, when you work on your language, it's probably more applicable to to next year or whenever, but if you are making recommendations specific to facility funding, you'll want to remember that Congress appropriates WTP funding. Basically, they have one line item that goes to the DF law facilities, another that goes to high level waste, and then a third that goes to pre-treatment. I don't know if that'll really play in your advice. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Oh, and I'm sorry, one more thing. When you look at operations of the facility, so that is funded through its own line item as well. And that is not specific to WTP per se.
But that is part of the assumed 2.5 billion funding for Hanford, right? Whatever is operational.
Yes,
okay.
It is.
Okay. Okay.
I got audio back.
Oh,
right. Steve, back with us.
Sorry. Yeah, it just seems like every time I go to raise my hand, everything glitches out. So we'll just take the video and we'll leave the video alone so I don't scare anybody. I guess I do appreciate Steve's comment on the OAI. I think that worked out really well. I was kind of apprehensive because I didn't know how we were going to handle all the O's because I knew there would probably be many, but I thought that was handled really well. In the CP-A, so if you could go up the WESIF, since we do have the A designation, we could probably take out accelerate activity there if we're going to go with the A designation, so we don't really need to stay out. Trying to see how to minimize word count there. The other thing, I guess, in that same sentence is the complete construction permitting and safely initiate, I just get rid of safely. I mean, safely initiate is obvious. I believe at this point, we want to make sure everything that's done is done with safety as a paramount interest. So to just state it once didn't make sense. I'm okay with swapping, but I do kind of like the way it's set up right now in terms of the tank waste structure that we've got. Those are my only comments. Thanks.
Steve, just so I understand the CP, your comment on CPA were West.
Yeah, we don't need to say accelerate activity because we already have an A there. We decided we weren't going to say that in all the areas where we want to accelerate the activity.
Yeah.
So just to say complete. Just start it with complete.
Good.
Yeah. Then I would just get rid of safely initiate. I mean, safety and safely is how they should be doing everything. I think it's just extra.
Oh, and in the second line there, right? In the second line.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, can we go back then? I think, well, I guess we've resolved that issue of swapping, so we're going to leave it currently as is. It sounds like that's acceptable. So you can delete the comment if you need to there, Ruth. So let's move on to the next change, which right there is CPA on Wesif again. Oh, that's the one we just made. Sorry. Yeah, let's go on from there. And if you see any that you have still a question about, let us know. Nothing's been changed.
Yeah, I don't see anything under Central Plateau except Steve's from just now.
Right.
So we'll go to, so there was some river corridor.
Right. One of the comments was that we wanted to indicate that this effort on groundwater cleanup for river corridor should include the Vados zone. And we also added the reference to the earlier item under Central Plateau that mentioned the Vados zone as well. So we referred back to that.
Deep Vados zone contamination.
Yeah.
So it's emphasized more than once.
Right.
Okay. Got Gary and Tony. Gary?
Yeah, Ruth, just wanted to remind you it's 11:30 and time for public comment.
Thank you for doing that. Oh, I appreciate your having my back. I have not received any requests for public comment. Josh, have you received any requests for public comment?
No, I have not.
Is there anybody with us, either on the phone or in the Teams and access to chat, who wishes to make public comment right now? Anyone? Right. Thank you, Gary. I got caught up doing something.
You just got so excited about this one, Ruth. You didn't realize.
It was the Vados zone. Oh my gosh. My brother's a geologist, and thank you.
Okay, so if we moved on, I think
yeah, we have a couple folks in queue. We have Tony and Chris. So let's check in with Tony. Tony?
Yeah, as I was looking at all of this, cesium seems to be the main radionuclide that causes a potential hazard to health. It has a nice hot gamma with its barium. And I understood that they were doing something to try to remove the cesium from the high-level waste. Is that still something that's happening? Because I think that would be one of the very, very most important things to do in terms of safety. Because if you've still got the cesium in, everything has a gamma coming off of it. The more of the cesium you can get out, the better off you are. I did see that they're using the cesium and strontium capsules, removing those. But is there something about removing cesium from the waste?
So are you up under tanks? Tony?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back up and double check. Tom, is there a mention of Tisker in here?
A mention of what?
Tisker. Tank site cesium removal?
Oh, Tisker. Well, no, there isn't, just DF law operation. The only time we mention Tisker is the disposition as an orphan waste potential for the columns that's removing cesium. That's the only place it's, I think cesium shows up to Tony's comment.
Okay. So
it's under orphan waste in that
under
case.
orphan waste,
that
which
mentioned.
is down a ways. Hang on a second.
Yeah, that's in there, right there.
Tisker ion exchange columns.
Yeah, it does mention cesium, but that's where the cesium concern was raised during our discussions in the past. I'm not aware of DOE taking any action on removal of cesium other than the flow through Tisker at this point.
Yeah, that's to me one of the important points is to do everything we can to get the cesium out, because that's the biggest health problem that we have with the waste. Most of the others are beta emitters or alpha emitters. Cesium is the only hot gamma that we've got in there. So getting that out of there, I think, is really critical.
So DF law was pegged as critical, and is it accurate to say that Tisker is a component of DF law?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Fine.
So I think that's more a question for DOE in the future as to how we might approach removal of cesium from other materials other than what goes through DF law, from my estimation. And you're right, Tony, that's a critical item.
Yeah.
I don't know how we would address it here directly.
Okay, I just want to bring it up to make sure everyone is aware as far as health and as far as impact on the workers and the environment. Cesium is a big hitter.
Right.
Is the big hitter.
Very good. Ruth, I
So,
think we lost
yeah, I know.
It sounds like we don't quite understand that process. In that the waste is in 3 different layers, and for LAW and DF law, they're just taking the top off of the layers. They're not taking the sludge or the salt cake. And the DF law is then sucking off all that, going through Tisker, removing the cesium, putting them in columns where it can, because cesium is pretty soluble. And then that's sent it over to the low-level waste melters. And they're okay with, I mean, that's for sure. But the high-level waste plant was shielded and made so it will take that high-level cesium waste and put it into glass logs for eventual geologic repository. The logic is the whole pre-treat facility was kind of like a great big Tisker that separated the cesium from the low-level waste and then sent it back into the high-level waste. So essentially, we have to get the cesium into high-level waste immobilized logs, and that was the mission. And now with the delays to the plant, they're talking about maybe 2034 as being the point of time that they think that they can start isolating, immobilizing the high-level waste. That's the process as it's defined now. So I just thought that we need to make sure we know that when they get to the point of thinking about high-level waste and either a direct feed waste from into high-level waste, that's where the cesium is going to go. So what they're saying, it's safe now in the underground tanks. That's if it's in the sludge until 34 when they start pumping it out.
So in terms of this advice on cleanup priorities, Tony's raised his concern about basically tank site cesium removal. It's mentioned specifically under orphan waste because the columns have to go somewhere. Does the DF law item under TWA as a critical priority encompass Tony's concern for the purposes of this advice?
I feel it does because TSCR is required for DF law, and TSCR is operating now, at least initially operating now. By 2024, and keep in mind, this is for 2024 priorities for cleanup. By 2024, TSCR should be operating at full speed to feed the DF law function.
And Becky Holland has noted in chat that TSCR is in operation at tank farms, and
Right.
Becky would know.
Yeah, I knew it was, but I just didn't want to bring that up as I think a very, very important part of the waste, both low level and high level, because that's where you're going to get any radiation exposure to the public. That's where you're going to get any radiation exposure to the workers, is from the cesium.
Okay, are you okay with the advice as it's written, Tony?
Good.
All right, Chris, you're up.
Yes. Ruth, let's go to the river corridor. Back we were to RCB.
RC, bravo. Here we go. Vado zone.
We need to delete including for the Vado zone. You don't extract water from the Vado zone in any of our extraction well networks. We only extract it from the aquifer, from the groundwater, because the Vado zone is partially air, partially water. And if you tried to extract something from the Vado zone, you'd mostly get air and only a little bit of water. And in fact, when the water table falls below and where we suck water out of is no longer in groundwater, then we shut down the well, pull the casing, and plug it. So including for the Vado zone is not the way our extraction well networks go.
That's a really good point, Chris.
How do you peg the importance of the Vado zone as a part of groundwater cleanup then?
Pardon?
So how do you include Vado zone in this item as a component of groundwater cleanup?
Well, if you're going to do anything, it would be like they've done in the K area, the K East area or the K West area, I forget which, where they re-inject water, where they do a water washing experiment, and they say re-inject water to kind of force residual contamination down into the water table. That's one thing. What they were planning on doing in the Vado zone, and I don't know if it's ever come to fruition, is at one time they wanted to re-inject ammonia in the Vado zone in the Central Plateau to make the water, to make things basic and precipitate metals, so they would no longer be mobile and have the possibility to move downward into the water table. So there are things you can do, but you can't extract water from the Vado zone.
So Jerry suggested different language in the chat. I've typed it in here. Instead of including for the Vado zone, addressing Chris's concern, replacing that with a different sentence that says, remediation of Vado zone is vital to prevent recontamination of groundwater. Does that work for folks?
Yeah, but it's not really groundwater cleanup. It's Vado zone cleanup.
Shelley, are you with us? Because I think the Vado, my recollection was that Shelley had the concern about Vado zone.
I mean, it's a valid concern. It's just where do we put it? And I think if anywhere, it would be somewhere in the Central Plateau, which we've kind of covered with CPC. The Vado zone along the river is pretty small, pretty narrow.
Can you live with the the extra sentence, Chris?
Or does that more belong to that earlier version of the mention of the Veda zone up that you just had on screen, the CPC?
I think if CPC is would cover it.
Although CPC is also talking about pump and treat.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's only one place along the river, along the river, where they're really worried about some residual contamination in the Veda zone, and that's hexavalent chromium. That's and they know where it is. It's in either in the K West or in the K East area, and it's dripping down into groundwater. And they've conducted the water washing experiments a couple of years ago, and reports have come out that seem to be successful. And I don't know how much more they're gonna do on that. I think there was a revised record of decision to include water washing as one of the remediation activities for one of the areas along the river. But aside from that, there's nothing along the river corridor which we're talking about. And I think the critical thing is, what are we going to do about Veda zone in the Central Plateau?
Okay, well that's covered. Sorry.
Does it hurt to have it both places?
So if we wanted to cover this, what I would say in our RCB, through efficient optimization of extraction and re-injection well networks. By putting re-injection well networks, then you're including the possibility of more water washing of things out of the Veda zone. So efficient optimization of extraction and re-injection well networks. And I think that would cover the little bit of Veda zone that they're concerned about, and we can eliminate that sentence, the remediation.
The remediation sentence?
I think that works.
Or we could put that sentence as another one in CP in the Central Plateau area to reinforce our concern about the Veda zone.
That's not a bad idea, Chris. Ruth, why don't you move that sentence up to CPC? And then it seems like it would fit better. Okay, good. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, let's see where we were there. Okay, that's true. Okay, the next change is where is that board advice is not a change. It just showed up that way.
It's a link, so
yeah, it's a link.
Those show up that way.
And the board value is the same way. That might be it.
I think that's it. I don't remember a lot other than pegging things within and outside the 5-year plan.
Right. Okay, I think that's all the changes. We've incorporated or discussed each one of those that were made yesterday. Are there any other comments on this before approval?
Comments, questions? Folks on the phone, want to jump in? Tony Brooks.
Is that a spelling error there? Remediation of V-dose?
No, the Vedas. That's the Vedas zone. I think that's
Not
right.
V-dose, yeah.
VA-dose looks like a spelling error.
Okay, help me with.
I think that we're anybody on chat. I guess I don't see any.
Yeah.
That's correct. It's Ginger. That's correct.
Okay.
There are a couple acronyms that are missing if we want to flesh those out. I did notice it, you know, just general ones that most people know, TPA, WHIP, DOE, all of, you know, those things. I don't know if we need to make it consistent.
Are they in the table, Steve, or in the writing, or in the text?
They're in the table, but they're not in the acronyms list.
Okay.
Okay, so if they're in the table, they should be then. We should add those in if we have those.
Yeah. Well, Josh and I, when we go through it, we'll scrub it for punctuation and spelling and acronyms and that kind of stuff.
Okay, very good.
Very good.
Just doing that by committee would be more painful than I want to inflict. Right. If there are no other comments, concerns, revisions, okay, this is round 2. What I need in the chat, is there anybody on the phone who is a primary member or an alternate member of the board? I've got 3 people on the phone, but I don't know who they are. Richard, are you still with us?
It's me. I'm
right.
still with us.
Thank you. Okay, it's 7630. I'm gonna write note to self. That's Richard. So Richard, are you in consensus with this draft advice?
I don't object.
Don't object. Okay. So with that, for those of you with access to chat, I want you to type in your name, your seat, and whether you are in consensus with this piece of advice on cleanup priorities. All right, I know this is sort of slow and awkward. Anybody who hasn't weighed in? Bob Suyama, have you weighed in?
Oops. Yes, I have.
Okay.
It was a yes vote from Benton County.
Right. Emmett would be on the phone, traveling today. Marissa, are you with us? I know you're having trouble getting to chat.
Yes, I am. I approve it.
All right, the advice has passed. It has consensus.
All right.
And
excellent. Well, thank you all for the team. We appreciate it.
All right, and we only cut a little bit into lunch, so we're basically caught up. We will take lunch until 1:15, at which time we will take up the third piece of advice on tank leaks. At 2:30, we do have a hard stop. 2:30, we're going to have the DOE presentation on risk management, and then we will finish up with board business. So with that, enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at 1:15.
Can I say one thing before everybody leaves? I wanted to let everybody know that there will be a public meeting review of the continued analysis of supplemental treatment of low activity waste at the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. It's Tuesday, April 26th, 7 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The 27th, 7:30 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard, and Thursday the 28th, 7:30 to 11:30 at the Columbia Room, Holiday Inn, Richland on the River. Used to be the Red Lion to all of us old timers. The public is welcome. There's also going to be a virtual webcast of this session, and the Hanford Advisory Board chair, as well as members of the board, have testified at these past meetings. So I just wanted to let folks know that it is available. Thank you.
Got a couple of folks on the phone. Are the folks on the phone members or alternates of the HAB? I'm doing a quorum check, which is why I'm asking.
Did you include the edits from yesterday, Ruth?
Jeff worked on these from yesterday, so I believe he did. Although we're going to ask him here in just a minute. Okay, so Richard's on the phone. See his number. Okay. We're one short of a quorum, but we can talk. I just have to make sure that we have.
This is Richard. I'm on the line.
I got you, Richard, and I'm going to check with you too. I know we lost Maureen for the afternoon. Well, let's get started. We will. Jeff, are you with us?
Ruth, I just got one comment if we want to just start in.
Let me check in with Jeff Burright, because we often start with what changes were made overnight.
Okay, Jeff here, just very quickly. The draft you see before you is the version that you all last saw. I sent it to Ruth in the afternoon before the meeting ended. No additional changes were made overnight.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wait, that was short. All right. Do we have questions or comments from the folks on the phone? Hopefully you were able to read it overnight, even though you can't see the screen at the moment. Not hearing anything from the phone. Steve Anderson.
Okay. Then first, number one, the board believes the tri-party agency, you can scroll down there,
Are you in the advice? The advice
That's the only
points?
comment I've got on all of my notes here.
Okay.
I just thought I'd get it out of the way. Do we want to start going through it from the very top and ask everybody through all of it, or?
I mean,
I don't think there's much change, so it's up to Jeff.
Yeah. So go ahead and start with yours.
Okay. So where we've got the board believes the tri-party agency should remove liquid waste, including interstitial liquid, the single shell, as soon as possible. From the soon as possible, I just say to prevent future contamination to the environment. I think we've got a lot of extra words in there, and I was just trying to thin things out. We have before they have a chance to leak into the environment, contamination, water table, potential, Columbia River. I just think there's a lot that's not necessary there. I just think to prevent future contamination to the environment is fairly succinct and speaks to exactly what we're doing. We're not trying to forecast. We know it's bad if it gets in the environment. Let's keep it from happening. So that would be my only suggestion. Otherwise, I think it's great.
So this is Steve's suggestion. Okay, I've got Pam, Steve Wigman, and Shelley in queue. Pam.
This is Pam. I support the change. Thank you.
Right. Steve Wigman.
Thank you. I was just curious, the tri-party agencies don't remove waste, DOE does.
So Steve, Jeff here. I don't disagree with you there. How can we capture the idea that it does take the parties working together for things like permitting to make sure that action can happen?
I think that's a given because the tanks are regulated by the state.
Okay. If everyone else is okay with it, just making that believes the Department of Energy should remove. I'm okay with that. Yeah, or what Mason has put in chat, that the tri-party agencies should work together to remove.
Yes, I like that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we're full of compromise. Yep.
That works. I like that. Thanks, Ruth. We all believe that we want to protect the Columbia River, and I do like having it in that first bullet. So if we could change the sentence to include the Columbia River, I would like that. It's one thing we all believe in. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, so these were edits that were made yesterday in your background. All right, is there any comments from folks on the phone? We're up to about 5 of you. Beth, is there anything else to be said about this? I mean, the group really has looked at the advice a number of times.
I think that this is reflective of our discussion yesterday, and really the point of today is to see if people had any other edits.
Well, are in a bit of a pickle. We are one seat short of a quorum.
No way.
I keep going over the list like, you know, am I missing something?
This is Jerry Paulette. I'm on the phone.
We have a quorum.
Now,
Let's vote quickly.
I had tried to say that before, but I was muted. I'm locked. I'll be back on the computer in 5 minutes.
Are there any other comments, questions, revisions? Because if not, I will ask for consensus now.
I think it needs to be cleaned up a little. I don't disagree with the concept.
So Pam, when you say cleaned up, help me understand that better.
Ruth, could you just give us a clean copy?
Yeah, we will. Do no markup.
I've looked at it so many times. Is leakable a real word, or is my computer just telling me it's red underlined?
It's been a historical word in our vernacular for a long time.
Okay, and it's spelled right.
It's the Hanford dialect of Pacific Northwest.
Although when I try to put it into the Google search bar, it tries to correct me to lickable. I don't think
So this looks better now that all the edits are.
I think that's a little bit of your search history there, Jeff. Be careful.
He does have a small child.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Jeff, you did a great job on this advice, sticking with it all this time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. Same to everyone who was with it the whole way. I mean, it was really a village effort.
Yeah, I think needed somebody like you to spearhead it, though. I appreciate it, like I said. Thank you.
So Ruth, you see that extra R period at the end of advice point 1?
Yeah. That's why I have Josh, because he will scrub it and find all that little stuff, right? Make sure we spelled stuff right.
It makes me feel better, though.
That's good. Then we'll do it.
There's a cleanup in the very first paragraph that I don't know if it needs to be like where we're using it as cleanup as a noun versus we need to clean.
Right. So like when we say cleanup, we just need to be consistent.
It's the very first paragraph of the background. But I'm not sure how, just as long as we're consistent. Thanks.
Getting back to leakable liquid, I think that there's a little bit of a problem with reside. So there are so many millions of leakable liquid still residing.
Or still in?
Yeah.
So the subject of the sentence is liquid, or I guess the noun that's being acted upon. I think it is correct English to say that they reside, but if that's not the right word to use.
I believe it's correct.
Still resides, liquid still resides, or you could say is still residing.
3 million gallons of liquid is still residing?
No.
Yeah, liquid is singular, as you said.
Boy, I think it was right the way it was.
No, I believe it was
it's like
right the way
it's
it was,
gallons.
Jan. This is Shelley.
Okay.
This is funny.
The idea was not to fill the space.
Oh,
me-
you know, actually, it's kind of interesting. It's current estimates that still reside. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense.
No, it's the gallons.
Its gallons still reside.
Okay, I'll buy that. Yeah. Okay.
You give us enough time, we'll hang ourselves.
Does anyone need to see another part of the document, or yes, we're going to call our English teacher. Are we ready to check for consensus?
Are we looking at advice points first?
Well, there were no change. There was one change to streamline the first advice point, but there were no other changes in the advice points from yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can go through them one more time, but we have a quorum and we barely have a quorum, so I don't want you to lose that advantage. And Tony,
Let's move for adoption.
What's the difference between a leakable liquid and a non-leakable liquid? Are there any liquids that are not leakable?
It's defined. Yes.
If I may, Tony, it's a great question. I think the difference is it liquid that would remain in the pore space of the salt, even if there was a hole in the bottom of the tank, versus is it liquid that would exit the pore space? In other words, would the sponge drip? And so that's the line I'm trying to draw there.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that there are two kinds of liquid, one that leaks and one that doesn't.
so Richard, you're on the phone. Are you in consensus for this advice? Richard?
Yes, I'm consensus. I was muted.
All right, Jerry, are you in consensus on this advice?
Was that Jerry? Yes, absolutely.
I'm checking with the. Oh, there you are. I was checking with the phone folks.
I got back.
Is there anyone else on the phone who is a member of a seat that needs to weigh in? This advice. All right, everyone else, same drill, right? Oh, you catch on fast. Name, seat, and whether we have consensus or not.
Okay. Emmett's on the phone and he agrees.
Thank you, Emmett.
Same with Marissa Berger.
Oh, thank you. I know.
Same with Larry Haler.
Harry Taylor. Gotcha. Okay, we had. Everybody weighed in. My count is off. Bingo. Have consensus on this advice. You are 3 for 3 and ahead of schedule. How'd you do that? Congratulations. And we didn't have to call the 10th grade English teacher. Right. Where are we?
I still think it's wrong.
Oh, 35 minutes ahead of time. You know what that means, guys? You get to do committee reports after all.
Yay.
Because we have the hard. Pardon?
Ruth, this is Pam. I'm about to lose cell coverage. Would it be okay if I go first?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. This is the National Liaison Report. And for your information, your National Liaison subscribes to the Weapons Complex Monitor. So I don't know if this will work. Anyway. Okay, here we go. The Department of Energy, or DOE, is in the process of cleaning up waste at 15 sites that were part of the weapons production program. Hanford has the largest budget of all the sites. We are impacted by what is happening at other sites, and therefore, for new members, the HAB created the position of National Liaison. It is my task to stay current with what is going on around the complex and to report current activities at each HAB meeting. Waste Management Conference, which was just held in March in Phoenix with over 2,300 participants from around the world. Many DOE and contractor executives spoke at the conference, as we heard from Brian Vance. Mike Narger, the Chief of Staff for the Environmental Management Program, stated, quote, "Future success will be tied to getting alignment and support from our communities." Okay, now I'm going to go site by site. Savannah River site. SRS, like Hanford, generated a lot of tank waste during production years. They've been operating a vitrification plant to treat high-level waste for about 20 years. The new salt waste processing facility, which processes lower activity waste, processed 2 million gallons of tank waste during the first year of operation. A balance of 34 million gallons remains to be processed at the facility. During a 25-day period in February and March, they treated 280,000 gallons of waste. The plant removes cesium and strontium, doesn't that sound familiar, from waste, which is then processed in the vitrification plant. The leftover salt solution goes to an above-ground salt stone disposal unit, and it is enormous. SRS has been given a goal of treating 43 million gallons of tank waste within 10 years. DOE will be ready to start shipping certain transuranic waste from down-blended plutonium at the waste to the waste isolation pilot plant by the end of summer. SRS has 13 metric tons of the material waiting for permanent disposal. Initially, that was going to be made into mixed oxide fuel for nuclear power plants. The Idaho National Laboratory, they also have tank waste, and they chose a different process to treat it. The plant, which was completed many years ago, is still not functional. It is designed to treat about 900,000 gallons of radioactive tank waste into a granular solid. A recent test run of the plant using similar materials shut it down because of fluctuations in operating temperature and gas concentrations. They identified the problem and should restart the test soon. Oak Ridge. DOE recently demolished the former biology complex to create space for a new laboratory building. Over the next 5 years, they will complete demolition of former reactors and isotope facilities. Within 10 years, they will be operating the mercury treatment facility. They plan to complete demolition of large mercury-contaminated buildings once it's online. And 2 more, waste isolation pilot plant. WIP is an underground facility near Carlsbad. It has been excavated at about the 2,500 foot level in a salt formation for the permanent disposal of transuranic or true waste from DOE sites across the country. Mining crews have completed excavation of more than 120,000 tons of salt to create the new Panel 7. They're outfitting it with necessary utilities needed for certification by regulators. It should be ready for use in September when Panel 7 reaches capacity. New waste panels will be needed to accommodate waste from around the complex. They're currently working on getting permits for a new ventilation system. Future workforce. So this is an interesting topic because it keeps coming up across the complex. Yes, Doug, I've got one more paragraph. For years, DOE has recognized the challenge of the aging workforce. Long-term success hinges on maintaining a quality workforce. For example, 30% of the Oak Ridge workforce is eligible for retirement. We have many programs and initiatives to train, hire, and retrain employees. This is also a challenge at Hanford, and I think the HAB would be interested to learn about outreach, educational programs, and workforce development. Thank you. That's it. Any questions?
I have Marissa in queue, but I'm not sure if she's got a question on this or if I missed her before you started. So
that was from before. That was just to say I approve the last advice.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Marissa. I am so sorry. Got a little carried away. Dan Solitz, question for Pam?
Not so much a question as a comment. I listened to the community forum, the WHIP community forum the other day, and their presentation on their PDFs, they mentioned the fact that they are going to be looking for a develop a list of reasonable alternatives for WHIP. So they realize that they are filling in, and that the DOE realized they're filling up, and that they're going to be needing another repository, according to this. And if in the future, when we talk about WHIP, if we could talk about cubic meters instead of tons or weight, would be helpful, because that's what the Land Withdrawal Act is measured in. They've only got a capacity of like 176,000 cubic meters. So I think we need to keep an eye on WHIP or the alternative, make sure there's a home for our transuranic, which from that last public meeting on the budget, I got the impression that yes, there's funds available in 2024 to start characterizing and packaging waste, but it probably won't be shipped until 2028 after WHIP does characterization. I don't know why it takes 4 years from the start of paying for packaging to ship off. But thank you.
Okay, I'm entering the mountains south of Yakima, so I'm not sure how long you'll be able to hear me. So there's been an issue in terms of volume because initially they were measuring the cans.
Oh.
In response to Pam, there's
plenty of land left. I'm gone.
Yeah.
So the last words we heard from Pam were she believes there's plenty of room left, but the mountains may be really messing with her cell phone at this point.
I actually got voice for a little bit here.
Oh, cool.
I will contact my friends in New Mexico, but from many years of meetings on these topics, they very confident that the land is there. So their challenge right now is to get the new ventilation shaft in, and then they're going to dig a new tunnel.
Eventually, they'll run up against the Land Withdrawal Act, and that's why we need to keep track of the cubic meters. And these new calculations, I believe, are included. The new calculations, the volume of the waste itself and not the container, I think, are included in the new calculations as to whether or not they will need either an addition to the Land Withdrawal Act or another repository. And in this latest blurb from them, they said they are looking for alternatives. Develop a list of reasonable alternatives for WHIP is the exact wording. So I do think we still need to keep an eye on it.
So, this is a topic actually where we could line up speakers from New Mexico to explain what's going on and answer our questions directly if people are interested. I'd be happy to set that up.
I would, thank you.
I would. Thank you.
Other questions for Pam? Well, let's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Let's check in with the other committees. Becky, I know you're on. Do you have anything coming out of HSEP or any requests for future support?
Thanks, Ruth. I don't really have a report. Our committee has not met. I haven't even spoke with Richard, and I don't know if he's on the line. I mean, he might have something to add. I did want to make a couple comments about the format of how we are meeting. I feel like, with the HSEP, a lot of the things that are on our radar is the COVID and some lessons learned from the whole response to the COVID. And a lot of the people are back working, including a lot of the people from DOE. A lot of us worked through the whole pandemic. And so I'm curious as to when we are going to be able to start meeting in person again. There are some lessons learned, like I said, from COVID, the response to that. And we've had a couple of fatality accidents on the Hanford site that I think our committee should kind of look into. And one of our past advices talked about the intersection where there was a fatality prior to, or I think it was actually right after we had submitted our advice. That happens to be the same intersection again where the other fatality happened just a few months ago. So I think, the traffic safety is still a big issue. COVID is still an issue. I just feel like this format, the go-to meeting or the Teams meetings, it's very difficult for me personally to take part in a lot of these meetings, just because if I'm at work, there's nowhere for me to do that. And, as you know, we're doing a whole lot of work at 324 building again. We've made entries back into the airlock. And so we're very busy there. But I would put out a, proposal or a suggestion or a plea, I guess, that we somehow be able to get back to meeting in person. There's a lot of new people on this board that the only thing that I know is I see their name and, maybe recognize their voice. But I would certainly like for our committee to start meeting again, and also to have the support from DOE for presentations.
Right. I know that the April meetings are still scheduled online. We're working on hybrid meetings for May for both the Committee of the Whole and the Leadership Workshop. Does HSEP want to have a meeting in April? It would be online, but if you want to put that together, now would be the time to speak up so we actually can help that happen.
This is Richard. I think it might be more appropriate just to plan a committee call.
Okay.
I mean, Becky, jump in.
Yeah, I think a committee call would probably be more appropriate as well, just so that the committee can talk about things that we would like to put on the agenda when we do actually start meeting in person again. And when you say hybrid meeting, what does that mean, Ruth?
A hybrid meeting means that some people are meeting in person in a room and others are able to dial in remotely through Teams or GoToMeeting or something like that. So you're doing a meeting basically 2 formats as one meeting.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
The placeholder for an HSEP call in March is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 29th. Do you want to go ahead and do a 9 to 10, or is that timing really awkward for you at work?
I can make that work if Richard, if that works for Richard.
It should work for me.
Okay, 9 to 10, Tuesday, March 29th. That's the placeholder for the HSEP call. That's where I got that. So we will put that. Josh, if we haven't sent out this week's weekly update, can we add that to the weekly update, please?
Hey, this is Gary. I'm not going to be available during that time. I've got training Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning of next week, so I'm not going to be available. I can look at my calendar once we're done here and come up with some alternatives.
Okay. Hold that, Josh. We'll figure out the rest and let people know. Sorry about that.
So Ruth and Gary, I would be amenable to Thursday as well if there's a time slot sometime on Thursday. That may actually even work out better for me.
Okay. I can make Thursday work.
Yeah, I think Thursday will work for me as well.
Okay, we'll get back to you and make that happen for Thursday the 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Bob, you had a question.
Yes. In our discussions back and forth with Gary, he said he had a briefing on the hazard-based respiratory protection plan that he was working on. And I think that fits more in health and safety than it does in the tank waste. So that might be something that Becky might consider as a part of their meeting if they do have one.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing a little bit more about that.
We can do that.
Right. So HSEP call on Thursday the 31st. We'll figure out the timing so that they can work on topics. They've got an election for a chair and vice chair coming up the next time they meet. And it's really good to hear your voice, Becky. If we can't see you, at least we can hear you. I often do committee reports in alphabetical order simply so I don't forget any of you. So Tom Galeotto, I've got your PowerPoint. Do you want to run through that?
Yes, real quickly, I will. I don't think we have to go through all of the items, but yeah, if you could show that, I'd appreciate it. Great. The second page there towards the, well, let's go to the next page. I think we've pretty much covered all of that. This page is important for a couple of reasons. One is I do want to have a BCC meeting in April. Typically around April 13th or 14th, I think would be the date. Probably a half a day's meeting from 9 to 12 or 12:30, depending on what we end up with on the schedule. But the items that I've listed there and the sub items are the key ones. The life cycle scope schedule cost report. The invitation is open to all HAB members to attend that BCC meeting because, as I mentioned in the announcement at the beginning of yesterday's meeting, we are hoping to get input from all members of HAB, or as many as that can attend that meeting. Chris Sutton will be going through a briefing, and then we'll have a question and answer period and a comment period during this meeting so that we can document those comments in the name of the HAB officially and prepare a response that Steve Wigman can sign for us as a HAB, for HAB inputs. There is a link. This link that's shown here is the link that will take you to the life cycle scope, schedule, and cost report. The other three items that are mentioned there, the FY23 work plan and schedule development, would like to go through that briefly in the same meeting. The Hanford End State Roundtable. I don't know where we stand now with the Committee of the Whole activities focused on end states. May, I think it's supposed to be in May. It's coming up pretty quick. We've had one session about that, and I think some responses have been sent to DOE, outlining what we would hope to cover in that Committee of the Whole. But frankly, I don't know where that stands. So we don't have to do it now, but I'd appreciate understanding where we are from Dan Solitz or Gary or someone on that subject. And we also, for the BCC, have to decide on nomination and election of the chair and vice chair for the BCC. We put that vote off in February for a specific purpose, and we'll see where we stand with resolving the issues that are open by the time we have this meeting in April. Also, potential HAB committee restructuring issue is an ongoing issue. It's been introduced a while ago to the EIC by DOE. It's not progressed very much further than that, although I know Bob DeYoung has done some work on it. I frankly have some concerns about the longevity of the BCC based on what I've heard. So that's a topic that I'd like to cover with the BCC at this meeting. And finally, the HAB impacts from delayed DOE membership package approval. I'd like to kind of have an open discussion with the BCC on that, what we can expect or not expect to happen between the end of June and the end of September, when we're hoping to, or November, when we're hoping to get the new package of membership approved. Could you go to the next one, Ruth, real quick? I've attached, because the life cycle scope schedule cost report is a key item associated with our meeting in April as well. I've listed two slides here. This is the first slide. It's an excerpt from the report, and it shows the projected funding needs in a low range case at the top and in the high range case at the bottom. And if you look at that, look at the massive funding requirements here, it might give you a feel for why we're so concerned about the expectation of being able to obtain appropriated funding that would be appropriate for completing the mission by 2078 as envisioned right now at Hanford. This averages out in the low case to close to $6 billion a year, and in the high case, close to $12 billion a year. And we're right now at $2.6 billion a year. There's a huge gap. We've questioned this a number of times, and there's just flatly no answer as to how we're going to get to that kind of level of funding. So that's part of the concern raised by this report. If you go to the next slide, the final slide, Ruth, this is a schedule slide that, again, is in that same report. It's geared on completing the primary cleanup work in 2078, with long-term stewardship work following into the next century. But the bulk of the funding needs and the funding concerns and the schedule concerns are between now, the next 55 years, between now and 2078. As you can see, there are key items on Central Plateau and tank waste cleanup as the main items, whereas the river corridor projected cleanup is expected to be done much sooner than the others. These are long-term issues, high-value cost issues, and critical issues for the overall cleanup effort. So again, I encourage all to try and tie into the BCC committee meeting whenever that's finalized, and we'll go from there. So thank you.
All right. Questions for Tom about BCC? I've got Dan Solitz and Chris Sutton in queue. Dan?
Yes, in response to Tom's question, the committee of the whole has a tentative agenda, but Joshua's working on the subject matter experts, and that's where the agenda will hinge. And also, there's a question whether or not we'll do a virtual tour if we have time. So, as soon as I hear from Joshua, and I expect he'll put out a more solid agenda as soon as he gets the subject matter experts lined up.
Okay, great. Thanks for that update, Dan.
Chris Sutton.
Yes, Tom has asked me to lead the discussion on the life cycle cost and schedule and scope report, and I've started going through it to give a presentation. That report is 245 pages long of detailed tables, charts, and text. It's incredibly detailed, and there's no way on earth that we could possibly cover everything in that report or even come close to it in an hour. It might take a couple of days. So I have two requests. One is Tom put on a link to the report, and I strongly urge people to go to that report, download a copy of it, and just generally become familiar with it. And I think if you can do that with the presentation I'm going to give, then the discussion could be a heck of a lot better, and questions could be a heck of a lot better than if you're just counting on me to say things that are gonna lead to a discussion. Because what I'm going to do is just point out a few highlights at various places in the report. I'll say a few words more than Tom did about cost. I'll say a few words about schedule, but I'll say a lot more about scope, because the scope covers a lot of things that members have brought up in various meetings over the past year. But again, if everybody could go to that link and take a look at the report, I think our discussion in April can be a whole heck of a lot better for it.
Thanks, Dan. Or thanks, Chris. And yes, indeed, I wouldn't expect you to cover the 200 and some pages of the report in an hour, but what you're doing is exactly right, is summarizing. Thank you.
Shelley. Shelley, I have you in queue.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Thanks. No, I accidentally had my hand up. The darn bar is in the middle of my screen, and I tried to move it to get it out of the way and didn't realize I hit the hand. So that's technology. Thanks.
All right. Dan Solitz, is your hand up again, or is the bar catching you as well?
Oh, I'm trying to monopolize the conversation. Yeah, I did download that report, and I browsed it as much as I could. And a question that occurred to me as I looked at it was that the MIM-SAVE costs look to be much less than the MIM-SAVE costs we've been talking about in the past. And if you could help us understand that in your presentation, Chris, I sure would appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve Wigman.
I was just curious if there was going to be any DOE or other agency participation in that conversation.
No, we've asked DOE, and Gary Younger informed us that they were not able to support any of the three presentations that we had requested for that April meeting. This was being one of them. So this is strictly a discussion for collecting input from the HAB at that meeting.
Chris?
Yeah, Steve, I'm really hoping that the discussion on risk a little bit later this afternoon can translate into to helping with the discussion on the life cycle report, because that life cycle report, the costs embed an awful lot of risk and uncertainty. So I'm really hoping that that the discussion this afternoon or the presentation this afternoon can provide a lot of clarity.
Or at least begin to provide the opportunity to discuss clarity.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Jeff, I've got the committee report document that Josh put together from all of the committees. Do you want to talk about PIC real quick before we take a break?
I could do that, certainly. Hello, everyone. I'll give you just a brief recap of what we talked about in February, but really the thing that I want to impress upon everyone is the PIC is your freebie committee. I know it's one more long day of meetings, but to the extent that we can have people come and participate in the conversation, let's throw some ideas around. We really could use more voices when we talk there. And so if there are changes that you think would help to make the PIC easier to participate in, whether that be the times that we meet, the amount of time that we meet, the types of topics that bring people in, please be a participant in that as well, and just let us know how we can be most effective there. Just very quickly on some of these things. The PIC chair and vice chair nominations, we did not do voting in the February meeting. As I say in the write-up, I'm willing to continue as the chair of the PIC, but I'm also interested to see if there are other members, particularly newer members, who want to find their way into leadership of the HAB. The PIC is a good place to start that. And so if you wanted to, reach out, let's talk. I can be good help in that regard. We haven't had any other new volunteers. We decided to give it some time to see. It's really hard to have an election process all virtually. There are a lot of conversations that just need to happen around the scenes. So again, I'm willing to stick with it and stick on and make sure that we have good conversations going forward. We were also told, though, that because both Dan Solitz and I are going into HAB membership limbo starting in June, that the PIC will not have any leadership through the summer and into the fall, unless we have somebody who's willing to fill in an interim basis. And your guess is as good as mine about what that actually would mean or entail or what the process would be. But we're looking for some hands to help. So if you can reach out, that would be good. As always, we go over the public involvement calendar, which you can find on the Hanford website. It's also in the PDF committee notes that were sent out. It's a good way to see what's coming up. There was we don't call it a budget meeting anymore, a cleanup priorities meeting on March 15th. Where there was some good discussion there about some of these topics related to the life cycle report, as well as DOE's near-term objectives. We also were made aware, as you just heard, that the life cycle report has an open comment period right now that ends on April 15th. No public meetings associated with that, as I understand. We had a presentation from Ecology about what happens behind the scenes when they get a raft of public comments on any given action. They peeled back the curtain and showed us how they work with comments and how they divvy them out among their shop, how they track them, how they respond back, as well as giving us some tips on how to make public comments that are the most effective and most likely to hit the mark. That's all on the video if you want to go back and take a look at it. I thought it was a really good presentation, and I appreciate them taking the time to give us that time. We also talked about a lot of TPA milestone changes that are happening right now. And it was also, this presentation was also brought to the RAP committee. The reason it was brought to PIC was more to talk about the public facing side of it and to what extent how can they most effectively communicate this change to the public? Because per the TPA requirements, there isn't necessarily a public involvement component to it, but EPA and ecology especially were just wanting to float the idea past us and get some ideas, which is great use of the PIC, and I appreciate them bringing that to us. We had a host of other topics that are smaller in nature. Looking ahead to April, some ideas that we had, but not set in stone yet. An update on the plan for hybrid meetings, how we're going to design those, how to make them most effective. Discussion of what the public involvement component is going to be for the tri-party agreement 5-year review. This is different from the CERCLA 5-year review. This is the tri-party agencies looking at their own agreement and doing a 5-year check-in on the relationship, if you will, as well as this is the public's opportunity to comment on changes that have happened to the TPA over the last 5 years. And this is particularly of interest to me and to several others because one of the more significant changes, I think, to the TPA happened a couple of years ago, and that was the adoption of what they call the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters. I believe it's in Appendix F, maybe now, of the TPA. It's this thing that used to be called the Inner Area Principles, and it gets into the nitty-gritty of how to design cleanup goals for the Central Plateau. So if you're interested in that, they brought it before the board 6 years ago and got some early feedback. Then it was kind of taken in-house, negotiated between the agencies, and then finalized. And PIC actually spearheaded some advice last year, the year before, saying we really wish that there had been greater public involvement before that was made final. This 5-year review was mentioned in the agency response to that advice as a great opportunity to have that discussion. So I think that's a pretty important one to keep an eye on. We've been trying to have this conversation about how environmental justice values and diversity, equity, and inclusion values are incorporated into the Hanford cleanup and how the agencies are embodying these in their actions. Trying to figure out where to take that conversation next, and we'll probably try to go April there. And then the last topic of thought is this whole thing, we talk about it a lot. What is technical discussion versus what is policy level discussion? And what is the level of information that is necessary to affect public buy-in, acceptance, and trust, as well as to inform HAB advice? So I would like to open it up for PIC conversation of how the agencies can better address technical questions and challenges from stakeholders. This ties into some GAO recommendations that were made a year ago and just things that have happened over the last couple of years. And so I'm hoping that'll be a good topic for discussion. That's what I've got. Thank you.
And you generated interest. I've got 3 people in queue.
All right.
Susan Leckband, you're up first.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Jeff, for your sterling leadership. I hope you are allowed to continue. And I really, your report was great. And I would like to encourage everybody on the board, especially the new members, if you have the opportunity, please attend a PIC meeting. You can learn all about the decisions that are coming up, and the level of information that happens there is general to the entire site, as well as philosophically to the health of the folks all around. So it really is a great training ground to give you some of that background information that won't be available as many of the older board members are shuttled off to Buffalo. So I really, I hope you take the opportunity when you have time and try to make time to really attend. There aren't that many PIC meetings in a year, and it's well worth your time. Thank you.
Dan Strong.
Get off mute here. I have a question, and I assume that I'm going to get clobbered for this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Jeff is talking about the difficulties of having a PIC meeting when 2 people don't have appointments, and these are key people to the function of the PIC, to the continuity. These are our our best and brightest and hardest working people. What would happen if the Hanford Advisory Board and all its committees simply refused to meet, on July 1 when there are vacancies, and that we just say, no, we're not going to meet until those vacancies are filled. Do you think DOE would hear us, or is that self-defeating? Is that just an idiotic idea? I mean, I feel very strongly that DOE is saying that, yeah, we need 32 approvals to put somebody on this committee. That is just the wrong way to run my government. Anyway, so are there any thoughts about just saying, no, Hanford Advisory Board, DOE doesn't think it's important enough to appoint people in a timely fashion. We have trouble with, vacancies and quorums, so we're just not going to meet until they get their act together. Anyway, just a thought.
And
like your reactions.
Would you be okay? Liz Mattson also asked a related question around the packet gap in appointments. Would you be okay if we sort of took this, what do we do in the interim discussion, and moved it to board business? And kind of package, and that'll give people some time to think about your question between now and then as well. Would you be okay with that? Okay, so Liz and Dan both have questions for board business. Larry.
Good job. Mute, Larry.
Sorry, I didn't have any questions.
Oh, okay. I had you in the queue.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, so if you're on a technical committee, RAP or tanks, you haven't gotten away with not having a committee report. We have half an hour for board business. So we'll check in with tanks, we'll check in with RAP, and we'll check in with the questions about what happens after June 30th from both Liz and Dan. And with that, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, because at 2:30 we're going to talk risk management, risk assessment. And yeah, let's take a break for 10 minutes and we'll see you at 2:30. Steve Wigman, are you back with us?
I am.
Right. Would you like to say a few words before we jump in?
Sure. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm always fascinated by the word risk, and I'm sure that it conjures a different vision in almost each of us. And what I'd really like to do is begin a conversation that helps us understand how risk is currently defined and utilized in managing and decision making within the department. Over the years, we've had a lot of different risk management models and risk-informed decision making and priorities. So what I'd really like to do is have a conversation, and I think Kaylin Burnett is going to talk to us about how risk management is used in the framework of the decision making by DOE. And I think that if we were to each write down what we think when we hear the word risk, would have quite a variety of insights. But I'd like to focus today on how that word is used and managed within the decision-making framework for DOE.
Perfect. So,
Kaylin, it's all yours.
Can everybody hear me first? Give me a sound check.
Good.
Perfect. So, as Steve mentioned, my name is Kaylin Burnett. I'm the acting director of the Hanford Portfolio Analysis Division here in Richland Operations. Prior history had me in Mission Integration Office and the One System Division. And way back, probably 6 or 8 years ago, I was in the pretreatment facility as one of the engineering oversight bodies. So why is the Hanford portfolio analysis, I guess, giving you this presentation? And that's kind of important, because now that we're looking at this one Hanford approach, we've kind of retooled to be more integrated. The Hanford Portfolio Analysis Division was kind of stood up to be that, I'll say, overarching integrator. And we actually support a lot of the backbone functions that really drive that one Hanford mission, whether it be supporting the budget process or having an integrated risk management system, or even championing the change control process for the baselines globally. So that's why you're hearing from me versus, say, maybe a project risk manager, because it's more that overarching backbone piece. So I don't know who's running the slides, but we can go off to the next one. We always like to start with a safety topic in all of our DOE presentations. And the one that we chose today was to be mindful of hazards and controls. So organizational safety responsibilities are sufficiently and comprehensive to address the work activities and hazards involved. Also, work hazards are identified and controlled to prevent and mitigate accidents, with particular attention to high-risk events with unacceptable consequences. Individuals understand and proactively identify hazards and controls before beginning work activities, and the knowledge of hazards and controls are key to minimizing workplace risks. So one of our fundamental safety aspects is this concept of hazards and controls, and it brings into it the notion of risk and how we balance risk or try to minimize risk through such things as controls, whether those be active or passive. And I'll give you an example for out in the field. The lockout tagout program at Hanford is a perfect example, probably the most I say ideal example of this type of a concept, where you physically put a lock on the energy source of a device. You verify that energy has been relieved and released before you allow somebody to work on it. Those administrative controls manage the hazard and reduce the risk of an employee being electrocuted or crushed by a piece of equipment, or having some unknown release of energy, or I'll say an unplanned or surprise release of energy, by removing the energy before the person works on it. It's kind of like turning off your car before you get gas. Same basic logic to reduce the risk of a fire or something like that. So so risk is, kind of one of those integral aspects in the basic notion of safety and controls here at Hanford. And with that, we can go to the next slide. Just kind of an overview of why we're here. It's an informational briefing. We're really not seeking any advice, and the target is to really give you a feel for how risk management and planning and risk integration all work together from kind of that high level. This is more kind of maybe the budget level versus what you'd see at a project level, where a project might be moving, doing one activity early to get some float so that they could cushion some time for a more complicated activity to make sure that they had enough adequate space. This is that higher level to where we're dealing with the budget. So we go to the next slide. We do have a DOE order that defines how we manage risk. It's DOE Guide 413.3-7A. It's our risk management guide, and it's unique because risks in the management aspect includes both, I'll say, negative risks, those things that could be harmful, but it also includes positive risks, which we call opportunities. So you have the ability to treat both of them the same. So just for an awareness, sometimes we say risk, and it's not always negative. But at Hanford, we recently, through the Hanford Portfolio Division, developed and implemented an enterprise risk management system. That framework holistically identifies and manages risks that really look at the overall Hanford picture. So where a project's looking at what keeps me from completing my deadlines on time or my activity on time, whether that be a milestone at WTP or a retrieval date inside in the tank farms, or a date relative to a crib cleanup, or maybe even something as simple as when the potholes get fixed out on the highway. All of those things are kind of that project level risk. The enterprise level risk is that one layer up to where you're looking at the stuff that the projects don't necessarily look at. So in the concept of DF law, an enterprise level risk might be the availability of the TISCR unit in order to support the operation of the law facility, because the law facility is looking at a risk that says, hey, when do we get done? The TISCR facility is looking at, hey, when do we get done? But maybe there isn't as much of a conversation about when do I need to be done to support your aspect of the mission. So the enterprise conversation is more that in-between project conversation, or I'll say overarching conversation that goes a little broader. Uses the same basic concepts as you would in the other project arena, but it's just that extra layer of that broader piece. It's intended to be a critical management tool to allow us to have a systematic, forward-looking, and a continuous process. The intent is that it's not a one and done. We look at risks routinely. We evaluate those risks as time passes and activities change, or maybe the landscape of the situations change. You reevaluate those risks to make sure that you understand them, and to make sure that whatever planning and mitigations that you have in place are still appropriate. And sometimes there is no mitigation. Sometimes it is a matter of knowing that you have to accept that risk when it comes, and just understanding what that timing is so that you can manage it. We do have the ability to, in the software, identify maybe triggers, events that would be the no-go gauge of when that risk is no longer able to be mitigated and or is realized. And we also have a lot of tools that we can do to I'll say mitigate the risks, whether that be some of them are actually listed on the screen up here in the hexes. You can accept it, you can transfer it, you can reduce it, you can control it. There's a lot of different risk mitigation aspects that we have, but the basic logic is identifying the risk and making sure that you have a strategy as to what that is, and then continuously monitoring that so that you can understand as things go on, risks change, and it may be that your mitigation strategy is not as effective as you hoped, and therefore you have to have additional mitigation, or it may be that your mitigation is going better than expected, and therefore that risk is actually being reduced so that you can now focus on something that is now more important. And just for clarification, in DOE space, which is different than ecology or maybe even the community space, we definitely have a risk ranking priority. We rank the worker risk as the highest risk. So that is our kind of number one goal. We have a responsibility to our employees and to the employees of our contractors to make sure that they go home safe every day. Second in that list is that community risk, which is the safety and well-being of our community and surrounding area. And then that kind of, to a degree, encompasses our third risk ranking, which is really that environmental risk. Hanford's been around for a really long time. We understand the environmental impacts that Hanford has made and will make, but in a funding limited scenario, we can't go after everything, and our priority set is based off of those three priorities when we actually start racking and stacking what's most important to go after. Those are the key elements, and that, like I said, that's likely different than other people would, but so that you understand the basis of where we are in our priority set, so that when you see integrated priorities in the session that Jeff was talking about, those all kind of relate back to this set of priorities in our risk group. So if we go to the next slide, this is we simplified the slide a little bit from where we started once. Hopefully it's a little clearer, but if you start with that first big blue bubble or circle, EM headquarters has their strategic vision. This is what they want to accomplish. It's usually a 10-year window. In the past, it's been 5. They're working towards 10. And that's kind of what they think they can afford to do, and what they're lobbying Congress to do, and what they're marketing to do. We take that vision, we take our integrated priority list that's built off of the sites. It's really built up off of a combination of our mission and our priorities. The mission being the combination of risk priorities and obligations, whether that be consent decree, tri-party agreement, stakeholder commitments, tribal commitments, and then our cleanup priorities, which then rank a lot of those. And you can see the 3 that we talked about: workforce safety, community safety, environmental risk. And then we also have to factor in, relative to the reality of our life here, the cost profile. And sometimes we factor in, how challenging is it? Because the reality is, if you're spending $5 on something that's a guarantee versus $5 on something that's iffy, that may change your mind on where you spend that $5. So that's kind of the trade-off on the back end. And that combination of elements gets us to what is the Hanford priority list. The Hanford priority list, along with the strategic vision, helps us then look at and develop our Hanford 5-year site plan. We're actually, I think, evolving that into more of a 10-year site plan over the next couple of years to get a little further out. But the versions that you've seen in the past have been a 5-year site plan, and then that 5-year site plan based off the strategic plan with input from our integrated priority list. The 5-year plan then ends up going back to headquarters, essentially, and informing their strategic vision so that we can roll back around the next year and repeat the cycle. The reality is, down on the bottom, you can actually see there's a budget process. And the budget process has kind of 3 legs. You've got the year that you're living in. So the execution year, the money that Congress gave you to execute that year, and the performance against that. So if you're ahead of schedule or behind schedule, that factors into kind of the 5-year plan. I'll say the performance against your plan for the year. And that may then have to adjust future years, whether you're doing better or worse. As long as you're tracking everything's on schedule, then the 5-year plan looks good at the end. It was honest for that year. If for some reason you did better or worse, then you have to adjust the out years then to compensate for what that was. If you had stellar performance, then you got maybe more work done. So some of the future work is no longer required the next year because you fit it into that year. And if you're a little bit behind, then maybe some of that work has to move out in schedule. And we've seen both of those throughout our process. But that execution year is really kind of, it's fixed. You've got an X amount of dollars, and you, in theory, assigned it a certain amount of scope. You work through that year, you spend that money, and you you get to the end of the year and you do the reconcile. The other piece that's kind of real time is while you're spending that money, within the first month or two of spending that year's money, you're also looking at what is next year's money, because that's the money that's going out and getting in the process of being approved in the congressional budget going forward. So you have to have a little bit of understanding of, more than 1 year and what that risk profile is and how you're doing against it, so that you can better predict that year, or the future year, so that by the time that you start that year, you have the right amount of money in place and the right amount of scope set. And then our budget cycle actually has as much as a 5-year forward-looking window to make sure that the key elements get funded, like TISCR or DF Law. Some of those projects are very large projects. They require a lot of paperwork to happen up front as far as key activities before you can even get into the budget cycle. Even something as simple as a fire station here at Hanford could take as much as 2 or 3 years of planning before you ever get to the budget conversation. So that's where that 5 to 10 year window is really important. And the one thing with the portfolio analysis division is we're trying to integrate the entire Hanford schedule so that vision of what that 5 or 10 year window looks like is more solid maybe than it has been in the past, better understood by all of us at Hanford, so that those planning activities are a little bit more defined. We've done a wonderful job, I think, in the past of execution year and maybe next year. I don't know that we've always been as strong at that 3 to 5 years out space, and even further struggling maybe in that 5 to 10 year window. So we're hoping to kind of strengthen that through this Hanford portfolio and integrated schedule. And then I guess I can give you some examples of kind of how the decision processes work relative to this. So one of those examples would be DF Law. DF Law, when we got to a point that the high-level waste facility was being challenged technically, the pretreatment facility was challenged technically, the law facility was continuing construction, and DOE made a conscious effort to evaluate the risk and determined that there was more risk reduction capable by starting the law facility ahead of the other WTT facilities, because you weren't waiting to start operations until everything got resolved. You were able to take a bite out of something in terms of risk management and tank risk by starting law early. And then we made that conscious shift to transition into DF Law, developed a framework document, went through all of the budgeting processes, and here we are, within a year of the start of operations with, the first ion exchange on the TISCR columns and 200,000+ gallons of waste already prepped for feed. So that was one of those risk mitigation conversations that we had internally. We could have waited and, gone through the courts and waited until all of WTP could start up at once. But from a risk perspective, we were able to buy risk, or are able to buy risk, of starting tank waste early, earlier than we could if we waited for pretreatment to start up, by starting the law facility earlier. Cesium dry capsule storage is probably another good example. We know that pool is susceptible at some point of degradation, where you're going to lose the cooling water or the ability to maintain the cooling water. And if we move those capsules to a dry storage that we can, change the spacing a little bit, we actually end up with a longer term, lower risk solution that doesn't necessarily cost us a whole lot compared to the risk of having an issue with those cesium capsules. So that's kind of, I'll say, in the big picture, the level of conversation of risk that this kind of model is representing and kind of where we're at. So if we jump to the next slide, just kind of high-level takeaways. The meat and potatoes is kind of behind us. So we do have the Hanford Portfolio Analysis Division is really kind of that integrator. We do have an enterprise risk program that we're managing and using to support future decisions. And it's pretty clear that I think in what I've presented that risk is fundamental to our, what I'll say is our planning process. But we do understand that we have limited funds, and in order to maximize the risk reduction with the funds that we have to prioritize the activities that we work on, and we prioritize those based off of the worker risk, the community risk, and then that environmental risk. So I just wanted to make sure I pounded that drum so that everybody hears that one well, because like I said, it does inform future products that the HAB will see, and it's something that I think will benefit your guys' vision of, or I'll say lens optics, that you see from us. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I think, well, either ecology or questions. I don't care which order you guys want to manage it, and we're here for you.
Right. Usually we check in with the regulators at this point.
So Suzanne Dahl's here for ecology, but EPA can go first if they want.
This is Roberto Mijo for EPA. I just want to say appreciate DOE for giving me this presentation, and that risk management is an integral part of our work over at Hanford. And we're just seeing this presentation for the first time, so we can't really comment too much on it, but thank you nonetheless.
Dan.
Yeah, so, risk of all, this is Suzanne Dahl from Department of Ecology. Risk of all sorts of things is a favorite subject of mine. Like, I mean, I think we're just now seeing the presentation. I think we saw an outline of it beforehand, but I was just thinking as Kayla was talking that obviously there's risk, there's all sorts of risk. There's project related risk, so what, how what's the risk of certain projects and what things are contributing to them being successful or not. And there's worker related risk and environmental and human health and the environment related risk. And so many of our regulatory documents require risk assessments of some type in them, whether it's the NEPA-SEPA or things that support permitting documents, nature and extent of contamination that leads to risk assessment. And then, and then also, the CERCLA documents that play into that. What really sort of Caitlin was talking about is when it comes down to it, if you only have so much money and you've got a list of 2,500 things to do project wise at the site, how do you make a decision of which gets done? And for years and years we've participated, Department of Ecology has, with EPA and with DOE on this integrated priority list discussion. It's been called other things throughout the years, but and the interesting thing is that years ago, things that fell below the line, the funded line or the expected line, were not necessarily must-do activities. I mean, everything is eventually a must-do activity, but they weren't things that we were thinking really had to be done in a particular year or not. And then, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, things that have started to fall below that funding line or the projected funding line are really things that are key activities that probably everybody regards as important activities that should happen in that year. So and whether I tend to be a little bit more focused on the waste treatment plant, so that will be my example. But about the time when the high level VIT plant and the pretreatment plant ended up below the funding line, and you need those plants so that you can move forward, so that you can eventually be treating tank waste and emptying tank waste. That was an important time at Hanford because the cost of doing business at Hanford and getting things done and the hotel cost of everything exceeded, and doing the projects, the important projects, the must-do projects, that those costs now exceeded the available money. And when you're not able to fund key activities like the pretreatment plant or the high-level waste plant, and I can think of some other CERCLA type activities that fall into that category too, then it really is a key issue, and one that puts the regulators in a bind, because I agree with Kaylin that moving forward with DEFLA, at least doing that was something that that not only DOE supported, but ecology and EPA supported. But we supported it from the angle of, well, we're supposed to be moving forward with the whole waste treatment plant, and if all we can get is direct feed law, we'll at least settle for that. But we're settling, and so somehow we have to sort of figure out how we can get more of these must-do key activities above the line, and so that we're not just doing some of the things that must be done, but doing more of the things that must be done. And if that's more funding coming for Hanford, that's an issue. If it's figuring out how to do things differently, then that's an issue to look at. But so I think the main thing that I'm trying to get across is that when we start making the decision that some of these very, very key activities are now below a funded line, that's a very different thing for the Hanford cleanup than what had been happening for decades. And so we're in kind of a new place, and that requires us, I think, to all work together and figure out how to navigate that new place. And a thought that's not original to me is that, often not making a decision is a decision in itself and has future environmental risk impacts, or even human health impacts, or worker impacts, if we're not spending the money on everything that we need to keep everything safe. And then also delaying decisions is also making a decision that has risk impacts with it as well. So I know that somebody else from ecology may have a few things to add there, so I'll just stop there and see if anybody else has anything else.
I think that was my cue. Thanks, Suzanne. I always try and let my technical folks speak for us because I'm more administrative, but and I'll add and just kind of close this out is I think we generally agree on what the risks are, kind of like what Suzanne and Kaylin mentioned. There's employee safety, environmental protection for the community, chemical makeup of the waste, whether it's solid or liquid, and then the regulatory responsibility and the associated agreements that go with that. And there's a healthy tension usually between a regulator and a permittee, and it makes sense that we may weight some of those risks differently based on our roles and responsibilities. So the key is to keep those relationships, that healthy tension, and then kind of work forward through all of it. But I think everybody can agree on what the risks are. It's just how we weight them as we go through our thought process.
Thank you. We've got folks who want to jump into the conversation, starting with Dan Solitz, and then Esteban, you'll be up next. Dan?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Caitlin. Your lockout tagout intro sparked a query in my mind. It's kind of two-part. One is relates to technical versus policy, and the other is the thoroughness of everything else that you do. When I was in the Navy, I was in the nuclear Navy, and we had a lockout tagout. We also had a work permit system, so you couldn't just go out and put a padlock on anything. You had to have a permit to do that. And when I went to the particle board plant, anybody could block out anything anytime they wanted to, and suffer the consequences if it was the wrong thing. So I'm wondering, and I'm asking this so that your answer would then have to this technical question would then have an influence on whether the board wanted to address this at a policy level. I'm just using this as an example of technical versus policy. So, I mean, do you have a permit system that goes along with your lockout tagout? Or can I put a padlock on anything and lock it out and go work on it anytime I want?
We do have a permit system that goes along with that, whether that be a maintenance permit system or other processes. So lockout tagout isn't there's a standard lockout tagout program that all of the contractors at Hanford use, but they all have their own processes that I would say initiate that process.
All righty, thank you. And then the other thing you were talking about, worker safety, and Rebecca just related that there were 2 fatalities at the same spot for the same reason. And, you know, 1 is bad luck, but 2 is something else. So I can just leave it there. You can address it. It's a very complex problem, and I appreciate you guys paying attention to it. Thank you.
Thanks, we appreciate that. We're also sensitive to that as well.
All right, Esteban and Steve, you're on deck.
Yes, thank you, Ruth, and thank you for those resources from the library that got me up to date and trying to research, what's going on. The main thing that for me keeps popping up is, I think the chair mentioned it, the trust issue with all government agencies, that it's not there, especially like yesterday. I'm glad somebody from the Yakima Nation mentioned it, that there's no communication about what's going on with the cleanup efforts. And sometimes, consulting tribal affairs people of the tribal communities, and as well as the efforts here. Because one of the things, this is my 3rd year here, the big thing I right away sense, there's no community in this area. People don't talk to each other, and they definitely do not trust government, even state agencies. So for me, the thing that I see is that I don't know what work's being done in that end, that from all government agencies, especially DOE, and especially I think hearing, because every time there's a presidential election, there's new staff. Second, our congressman from this area is supportive, but yet he talks about the new way, the people changing styles of people, way of life of rural communities, which, yeah, it's lower and different. But yeah, how are we evolving to when Hanford started? I mean, what was the history, right? Constant communication. How do you communicate with your workers, with the community, and what's happening? So at this point, I think what's those efforts really an investment in the communities, which, I mean, no pun intended, but it's not nuclear fission, right? Are you even talking to folks? That I think some people at the board mentioned it. What are those efforts looking like? And, because it does take effort, especially if like DOE says they want to evolve. How are we evolving in that process and building that trust within the community, the board, and keeping people informed about the whole process? Thank you.
Steve Wigman and then Chris.
I want to thank you very much for that briefing and the conversation that it stimulates. And Suzanne, I always appreciate hearing your perspective. You have a well-developed perspective that we all need to keep in mind as we go forward. One of my great interests is in your diagram. The HAB is kind of up there on the top part related to input from the community and the public. And as the HAB pursues finding its way to be most effective in the future, I'd like to try to use that diagram in some of our conversations to help us understand where we fit in the process, because I think we're kind of at a loss really knowing where we fit in the process. And as we pursue developing the trust we need, I think knowing where you're at in the process makes a difference. And I think the conversation that you stimulate by what you've presented can be of great value to all of us, and I really appreciate it.
Yes, Steve, I don't know, it may not be fully appropriate for me, but I know that we reach out at multiple times to the HAB, and one of the biggest influences that you guys have is when we have those integrated priority conversations, to make sure that you share your desires and wishes relative to those, so that we can adjust and factor those into our planning process, which then drives the funding and the scope. So that's really the big bite. The challenge is you have to be like us and be 3 to 5 years ahead to make sure that we're all talking on the same page for desires. We can't change anything in the executing year. It's pretty much set. So we have to look forward. And like I said, contributions relative to what your view of our priorities are is definitely one of the biggest voices that I think you'll have in the overall process.
So if we think more in the 5 to 10 year time frame, we might more likely be at the right level to stimulate the understandings.
I think so. Like I said, anything in that within 2 to 3 years has to be, I'll say, it has to compete against all of the other priorities. So, though with performance and everything, the way that it is, that becomes harder. The further out things become, the more able it is to understand those risks, quantify those risks, and possibly rank those maybe higher than they would be in the near term, unless it's something critical like the tunnel collapse or something like that. So,
thank you.
All right. I've got Chris and Shelley. Chris?
Yes, I have 3 related questions that are somewhat down the weeds for Kaylin. Number 1, within the context of your presentation, how exactly do you define risk? Question number 2 is, at the project level, who determines risk? And number 3, how do you calculate, in general terms, not specific equations, schedule and cost uncertainty from risk? And the reason I'm asking this is the life cycle cost schedule and scope report was just released in January. And we're going to have some discussions about it at a board meeting a little later on this year. And one of the major components in that report is cost and schedule uncertainty that are presented. And these costs are fairly significant parts of the total cost to clean up the site. So that's the context of why I'm asking you these questions.
no problem. I actually helped define some of those risks in that cost report, so I fully understand kind of where they came from. So let me talk through the basic, I'll say, the process of how we would define a risk. So there's a project level version, as I mentioned, where a project would say, and I'll go off of WTP because it's where I have the most background. So WTP might have a project risk that says the BOF systems aren't available when we need to start due to whatever it may be, and they don't really define what that is. And they say, okay, so from a risk, I'll say calculation level at the project level, they would say, how long, if BOF wasn't available, what do we think the most likely reason it wouldn't be available would be, and how long do we think that that might be to repair? So, for example, we might say, well, it looks like it's on schedule, but right now it's having schedule delays due to the chilled water pumps. So the chilled water pumps, if we had to buy a new one, that's 4 months. So they would put a 4-month schedule delay in, and then they would look at generally it's the opportunity cost associated to that impact. So it's not the cost of that pump, it's the cost that DF law starts 4 months late. So you end up with how long does the hotel load or the cost of hoteling DF law for 4 months ends up being I'll say the bogey associated to the cost profile. So you've got a schedule piece that's the 4 months that you quantify based off of how long it takes on average to get a pump, and then you've got the aspect of the cost of that impact of a 4-month delay to DF law. That's kind of I'll say the project level risk piece. When you roll it up into more of a quantitative approach to deal with the life cycle cost report, you take all of those. It's actually a Monte Carlo run, and it has you load all of your risks in and there's different. Each risk has different, I'll say, characteristics. So you have a low likelihood, a medium likelihood, and a high likelihood. You know, what is the I'll say the minimum of that risk, which might be that the pump doesn't fail at all and everything's on time and DF law starts on time and everything's good. Or if the pump fails, maybe it's a wiring issue and you can fix it in an hour, so there's no real impact. Your most likely is that 4 months that we talked about. And worst case is those pumps came out of Germany, and with COVID, it's a year and a half. So you have these three categories for each of the risk as far as how you define it in terms of cost and schedule. Then Monte Carlo takes those three populations for every single risk, and it runs through and it selects one of those three at random for every single risk that you have in the toolbox, and it comes up with a total risk schedule average and cost average. It does that 1,000 times and averages it, and that 1,000 iteration average is what then gets represented in that enterprise roll up of how you would roll up project level risks into a normalized overarching risk piece, and then we add to that then another Monte Carlo piece that has the overarching elements that are between projects, like the DF law risks or relations to RL, or maybe things that are even things like permitting risks, because you've got 19 permits in and we know that we can't get 19 permits through the regulator at the same time. So each of the projects would have a regulatory risk of maybe their schedule being delayed because they can't get the permit in time. But from a project level, we see that they're stacked on top of each other, and we know that that risk is more likely than maybe that they're accounting for. So we would add additional risk at the enterprise level. Did I kind of answer your question enough to give you a feel for it?
Yeah, so in the life cycle report, for example, in the baseline risk, is that the average of your, or say baseline cost? Would that be the average of your Monte Carlo calculations?
The risk has, I think, 3 categories. I think it's got a low risk and a high risk range.
Right. There's a low range and a high range. And I'm wondering if the low range is the average and the high range is something like the 95th percentile or something like that.
No, it's actually the 20th and 80th percentile of the Monte Carlo runs. Because the Monte Carlo, we get them all spread out, so you get the bell curve. So it's the 20 and 80 80% lines on the costs that come out of the Monte Carlo run, not the middle.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I saw Shelley's hand up, but it looks, are you there, Shelley?
Here. I put my hand up and the screen froze and I had to leave the meeting and come back. So, but I'm here.
I didn't take you out of the queue.
Okay. So it's my turn, you're saying?
It is your turn.
It is my turn. Thanks. It's really good to see everybody. And Suzanne, it's really great to have you on. It's terrific to see you. You know, Kaylin, every time I get to hear you talk, it's really encouraging because there's a lot that people on site do that this board is not getting this information in a timely way. And it really made me reflect in listening to you speak, because I've heard you many times before, on the fact that we've lost a lot of transparency between the board and this site, and a phenomenal amount, and that things have changed, and that when we talk about site technology, we used to have a site technology group, integration group on site that actually vetted ideas from private vendors, from other agencies, whoever wanted to come and sit down and talk about potential technologies that could be implemented at the site when looking at a solution for a set remediation, something that had been looked at and starting to be thinking about what this remediation might look like. We don't have those conversations in the open anymore. They haven't happened for a long time. And I would say in this arena right now that what makes this board strong is when this board has enough information that it can talk about intelligently policy advice and champion ideas that the site has collectively and individually. And I guess I'd like to say that as a reminder right now to all three agencies, since it looks like we're in the process of a sea change that may not suit this site well, and may not help this site in the future if it doesn't have this collective voice here at the table. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, Kaylin, now that was my little political speech, is I didn't hear when you were talking about the idea of the need for new technologies as things come along. I mean, we hear about, you talked a little bit about the idea of a pump that may come from Germany that would take 1.5 years to replace, and then how would that perturb the whole DEFLAW system if you couldn't run all the different pieces of startup and get to the integrated system point without those pumps or boilers or whatever it might be, air systems. And that leads me to think about the fact that I didn't hear you talk about how we look at technology, because it's real easy to say, well, this risk we can define, and this one's we can move forward with. So we'll go with the lower hanging fruit instead of what is really tough. But there's also the things that are going to be coming up that we don't really know about yet. And how are we integrating the need for new technologies, a potential need, and getting monies for that development into the discussions here at this site? We have no window into it right now, and I'm wondering about that in terms of technology needs and what the potential is for new things in the future, and are we planning for that and thinking about that? And how is that integrated into looking for funding to develop technologies? Because it really does take government money. It's not all done in the private sector by any means.
No, and Shelley, I really appreciate the question. One of the risk mitigation strategies is truly managing the risk or mitigating the risk. Oftentimes, mitigating the risk is being creative, doing something out of the ordinary. It's not For example, we know we're going to have to retrieve tanks dry in the future. So we do have money that we're working towards R&D programs on, I'll say, dry retrieval technology. I know there's 2 of them that we're testing and going through that process. We also have other R&D programs. We typically have about $20 million a year that we manage within what I'll say is R&D scope to make sure that we cover those things. Some of those could be answering regulatory problems, dealing with the organics in tank waste. If you do something other than vitrification, organics is likely a big challenge that we're going to have to overcome. So there's efforts to understand what the organics pieces are. There's efforts ongoing to work on, like I said, the dry tank retrieval technology. We're working with headquarters. Headquarters has a new technology development division that recently, probably like 6 months ago, I think, published some reports relative to opportunities that are at Hanford. Those opportunities carry forward into the EM strategic plan as it relates to Hanford. So there's money that is in the R&D space that we do set aside, and from an overall planning perspective, we're trying to get those more visible in the schedule from a, if this activity, like say you need dry retrievals before you go after a tank that has no liquid in it or that's a susceptible leaker. We know in the schedule when that first need is, and then in the schedule we backdate and say this some sort of technology needs to be here by this point in time, otherwise we can't be successful. And those are those flags and precursors and triggers that we're loading into kind of that risk story as it relates to the integrated schedule. But I agree, there's a substantial amount of R&D that we're dealing with. Conversations about being able to repair tanks. AY102's bottom leak, can that be repaired so the tank can go back into service?
Sure.
All of those things are being looked at to manage risk, and maybe we don't advertise those as well as we could, because a lot of those, until you get through that screening piece to know if it's a viable solution, it's kind of that weird trade-off. You don't want to give people false hope, and you don't want to expend more money than you don't want to chase something bottomlessly, because we do have limited funds. So what we do is we kind of set a dollar figure per year, and we prioritize the technology in that space, just like we would prioritize work that happens in the field on an annual basis on a specific amount. Same basic logic.
I guess I would say to that, Kaylin, and to everyone, is that we need to have open discussions about what gets chased and what doesn't, because we certainly have spent a lot of money at this site on proposals or thoughts that didn't pan out and couldn't have panned out and wouldn't have panned out. And we were told that some of the soils under K Basin, for example, were drivers. They were so hot, they were drivers for moving the reactor up to the central plateau. And so money was thrown at that by a contractor took it, and away they ran with that idea. And then of course it came back that no, these reactors are too hot. They need to sit and cool. And so what happened to that compelling reason, that the soil was really the driver for that? And now it's a no, never mind. We need these open public discussions. We're all adults in this arena. We can talk about things, and it's good to have expectations. There's no reason not to have expectations and to have hopes for this. And we're all realistic and understanding that they aren't going to all pan out. But I think there needs to be discussions that are open, that are public policy driven, on what kinds of things go forward exploratory, and how the money is spent. And we've lost that openness, and I'd like to see that again at this site. I think it makes for a much more robust and healthy and inclusive and sometimes very creative discussion. So thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate this a lot.
Thanks.
Right. We've got 3 minutes and 3 folks in queue, and let's make sure that everybody in queue gets a chance to participate. Rob, you're up.
Hi, thanks for the conversation. And Shelley, you're absolutely right. I really, it rings true. I try to remember, what was it about 2009 where the board had recommended to DOE to do the studies on early law. And we were all excited about the possibilities of getting LAW started up pretty darn early, like 2011. And no, we can't do that. So I guess it was a great idea then. It just cost more to do it now. And that's one thing that I'd like your study to do if you can, because if you're so sensitive, you can then say, if we got an extra $1 billion this year, how much cheaper would it be in the long run? If we got an extra $1 billion for the next 2 years, how much cheaper would it be in the long run? We'd finish the job early. And if you take a look at that long-term study that they had stretched it clear out over 100 years, and that just shrinks total, because the biggest bulk of the billions of dollars being spent are all in the later years. And so I just see that as being a real important thing that people need to realize, that we can accelerate this a lot. DOE is trying to manage, I believe DOE is trying to manage the site as if it's a government works type project. When indeed, yes, most of the site is. However, managing a construction, is completely different, in that most large mega projects work 7 days a week. They try to get out of there as fast as they can. Most of WTP has been built on 4-day-a-week works. It's that there was never that mentality to get the job done, and that's what we really need here. And if statistics and risk assessments and things like that drive us into that, then I'm all for it. Otherwise, I've seen risk be used as excuses to not do things, or to avoid discussing stuff. And so I don't want that to happen. I'm just really, I listen to what you say, and I understand where you're coming from. I think when your risk gets down to the ordering of a pump for DFLA, it might be too fine a detail. But that's just my opinion there. Thank you. I would like to see, though, that with $1 billion now, how much cheaper it would be. If we could somehow factor out an increase in what value it would have in the long run. Thank you.
Generally speaking, $1 today is $4 at the end of mission. Just for general awareness that we learned in system planning.
Wow.
Right. I have Dan Solitz, Jeff, and Steve in queue, and we do have board business to tackle before we adjourn. Dan?
Well, yes, quick question. In your calculations for the cost of a standby component, or a critical component for the waste treatment plant, how is the leakage, the risk of the leakage of the tanks as they get older calculated into that, or is it? I don't know if I'm being clear or not.
We actually factor that in as an assumed risk, or I'll say an already acquired risk. So we wouldn't add dollars or schedule relative to that. Not that we don't account for it, but we wouldn't quantify it in dollars and schedule space.
Well, how would the risk of the leaking tank as they age be quantified?
The age of the leaking tanks is quantified predominantly in the retrieval milestones as it relates to when we empty the tanks. And I don't specifically know how they quantify those. Gary, if you want to take a note, we could always get back to the board on that.
Yeah, I think that'd be really important for piece of information for the board to have.
All right, Jeff, thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Kaylin, you're one of the favorite people that I hear from out here. So thanks for giving us your time and just straightforward answers. I love it every time. I want to ask you the Doug Shoup question with a twist. A few years back, people asked Doug Shoup, what's the risk that keeps you up at night? And at the time, I think he said the Z9 crib. And that one's now all filled with grout. So, Kaylin, what's the risk that keeps you up at night? And the twist is, what's a perceived risk that you wish you could get people to see differently?
Well, I'm going to be completely honest, and it's going to be politically incorrect. So, Gary, you might want to plug your ears. I actually think that DOE's striving for perfection in the startup of WTP is probably the biggest near-term risk, and I'm a little nervous that DF Law schedule might be impacted as a result of our desire to be perfect at startup. That's the near-term one that bugs me, just based off of what I've seen, whether it be nuke safety or the FAC reps. There's just that transition to an operating plant from a construction plant takes a certain mindset, and the group of people that we have are still construction oriented. So I think transitioning to that operational mindset and understanding that there is a risk in operations that is acceptable is probably the one that is near term from my side, the one that bugs me the most. I think globally, the perception that there isn't going to be enough funding to solve the problems that we need to solve in order to not continue to have leaking tanks and groundwater issues. I mean, that's probably the biggest risk that keeps me up. But like I said, near term, it's the startup of WTP, I think, is going to be a struggle for DOE just because of our risk aversion.
Thank you. Do you want to take a crack at the other one? What's a perceived risk that you wish you could get people to see differently?
I don't know that I have an answer for that one right now, Jeff.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I've got Steve and Dan, and
I'd like to let Dan go first.
okay, Dan, and Steve gets the last word.
I have a question for Kaylin, and that is, you mentioned at one point categorizing things as low, medium, and high. How do you implement that in a Monte Carlo calculation?
Yeah, the Monte Carlo calculation, every time it cycles through, I'll say each risk has the lowest likelihood consequence, the expected consequence, and the high likelihood consequence. And each time that the Monte Carlo goes through, it picks one of those three and then adds that to, or continues to average that into the 1,000 cycles. So, for example, if you have, it's going to be late a month as your minimum consequence. It's going to be late 10 months as your most likely consequence, and it's going to be late 5 years as your least likely but highest consequence. Then when it gets done doing its averaging, it might show that 12 years is what you should use as your risk value, because it takes a combination of one time it takes 1, the next time it takes 10, it may go pick 1 again, but then it picks the 5-year mark, which skews the average that way. So it's all in how that mathematic, and it's all programmed. We just key in the 3 data points and hit run, and 20 minutes later out pops the answer.
So the answer is those are numbers, and you're just labeling them low, medium, and high.
We're
that
just
correct?
putting them in, yeah, we're just putting them in, yeah, there's 3 buckets that we fill, and it chooses one of the buckets.
Okay,
So, Kaylin,
I'll let that go.
I'm going to ask you a loaded question. Do you have a 3-sentence Cliff Notes version of a Monte Carlo system?
3 sentences?
Did you ask me?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking Kaylin. I'm geeking
Kaylin.
out because I'm fascinated.
My version of Monte Carlo is a high frequency random selection that then averages on the back end. So you take a lot of data and that are randomly generated, and then you consolidate them into a common average for a represented balance of a population. It's a statistical model based off the Gaussian curve.
Does that help, David?
I will do some Googling. I'm somewhat familiar with it, and I think I know what it is, but I was curious what other people's definitions were, and I'll do some more Googling to get it more clear in my head.
Dave, Dave, if you want to see how it works, we got lots of bodies that can show you.
That sounds great. I'd love that, Kaylin.
I loved playing with that in graduate school. Steve Wigman.
Yeah, my definition of Monte Carlo is I hope it matches my intuition when the thing is done. I just wanted to let everybody know that Brian Vance was personally very supportive of us having this conversation. He's very supportive of us having risk conversations, and I'm hoping that this conversation will continue. There's a lot of parameters that enter our minds. And as we retool to try to be effective participants in the future, I think we need to ground ourselves in some of the realities that you deal with every day. So I want to thank you very much for being with us, and you're welcome anytime.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, we've got one more bit to do under board business. And we've done some of it early, and we've added some stuff to it. So the 3 things I have on my list are checking in with RAB and tanks, because they were the only 2 committees we didn't get to earlier. That Liz has a question and Dan Strom has a question, both related to what happens after June 30th. And potential topics for the June HAB meeting. Those are the 3 things on my list. Steve, is there anything else on your list?
I think if we cover those, we'll pretty well suck up the air in the room.
Okay, so Jan Cottrell, can you give us the Cliff Notes version of what's going on with RAP, please?
Yeah, I just want to unmute myself there. So what we have in the agenda, or what was prepared by Joshua, thank you very much, was a recap of our meeting in February, which includes our link to our meeting agenda and a link to the recording if anybody wants to go back and have a look at that. But what's really important is in the last paragraph where it is bolded, and it talks about the request that the agencies bring a draft work plan for the 2023 HAB to the April RAP meeting so that we can discuss the topics in advance of the leadership workshop. So knowing that our draft work plan, or the work plan that eventually will get approved, drives the work for the following year, we would like to get it a little bit early, in part because any briefings that we would like to request have a long life in, approval process. It's a long approval process. So we're hoping to have the our requests in early so there are no surprises. We know how many meetings we're going to have per year, and we'd like to schedule well in advance, including the leadership workshop that helps us to set the stage, particularly for committees of the whole for the rest of the year. So that's on our wish list, and that's what we would like to see. So of course we would like to, I was going to ask you a question, Ruth. Do we have an EIC meeting on the 30th? I heard Gary say that he might not be available on a day next week.
The EIC call is scheduled at 1 to 3 p.m. on Wednesday, March 30th.
Okay, so
it's an afternoon gig.
Okay, so not to worry about that, has not been moved.
No, and next week, gonna run really fast, is the week that we're trying to get out all of the agendas for the committee meetings in April. So there's, we're gonna be wearing our sneakers on Monday, and I'm advocating shamelessly that we get you a draft work plan. So you do have it for the April meeting.
So are you saying that our wrap call is going to be on the 4th of April?
There's no wrap call scheduled.
So run by me again what it was that you just said about how we were going to be setting the agenda for the wrap committee meeting.
Right. So we've had two versions of the wrap agenda, the wraps tanks joint separate agenda. And there's going to be a third version coming out on Monday. So we've been working the agendas of the committees. They're just not settled yet. The committee call placeholders are Tuesday, Wednesday, but that's a little tricky because Gary's actually not available during most of those times. So we've been sort of doing it a little differently this time around.
Well, we'll just wait for you to let us know then. There's nothing that we need to schedule at this time.
Correct.
Okay, that sounds good. Any questions? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Suyama, tanks in a thimble.
Yes, quickly. Yes, Tanks had a virtual committee meeting on February 9th. Just prior to our meeting, DOE told us that they couldn't support two of the planned presentations. So we actually got to start around noontime instead of early in the morning. But one thing this brings up is the committee keeps asking, generating in our committee business at the end of every meeting, things that we want to hear about. And to this point, we haven't got a lot of those fulfilled. The committee tries to follow the approved work plan, the things that we have in our work plan that DOE and everybody has agreed is things they want us to work on. And up to this point, there's been a lot of things we haven't been able to dig into that we wanted to. So starting at noon, we had a committee meeting, and what we mainly did is we provided advice on the cleanup priorities that was approved this morning. We provided input on the latest version and approved the latest version of the single shell tank leak advice that was approved this afternoon. And then Gary Younger came in and we had a informed discussion on the membership packet. He answered a lot of our questions, and that led into our advice packet that we took forward to the EIC, and the EIC sponsored that advice that went forward and got approved this morning. So we did a lot on our committee call. And one thing you know about the Tank Waste Committee members, they're always eager to discuss potential site issues. And so we ended up having a very spirited open forum discussion that covered a lot of topics. For the April meeting, Tom, Cecilia, and I have been working to try to set up a joint tank waste committee meeting that's going to cover a whole bunch of joint topics that we have identified. And we're still working with DOE and Roof to try to figure out if that's going to be possible. One thing that Gary has offered is an open conversation on DF Law, tanks, and Tisker that was very successful when they did it at the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. So that's one of the things we're still working towards. And like Ruth just said, we're still working on the agenda, and we should have more input next week. Thank you.
Think Technical Tuesday and Work Plan Wednesday. So we're trying to bunch technical topics and presentations on Tuesday, those joint things, and then each of the committees taking a half a day on Wednesday to work on their committee specific things like the work plan for next year. So that's a concept. It just hasn't totally come together yet. Let's do topics for the June meeting and then the questions from Liz and Dan. Are there specific things that you want to make sure get done at the June meeting from a topic standpoint? And I'm also going to ask Gary what's on his list. Topics for June. Anyone? Steve?
Yeah, could we have a follow-up discussion either on risk or another topic of importance to the future of the board's ability to perform? The more we know, the more we're going to be effective. And this discussion we just had leads to all kinds of potential topics. So I would just like to stump for another conversation of a topic that's important for our future.
Susan.
Yes, thank you very much. Depending on information from the Department of Energy, whether or not current appointees would be extended until the new package is approved, I would like to ensure that there's a little bit of time on the agenda in June to recognize and thank those folks who will be leaving the board, if that is indeed the case. I think that's absolutely appropriate and needed. And this isn't self-promotion. I'm not one of them at this point that I know of.
Susan is in the middle of her 2-year appointment. Other topics, and then I'm going to get, Liz, I've got you with 2 questions now. Gary, what is on your list?
Yeah, we're looking at a couple of different things. And we're trying to work through a lot of the logistics, but we really want to do something in the way of a tour. Get folks out on site. Like I said, we still have a lot of logistics. If nothing else, we're looking at a good, robust virtual tour, but our strongest desire is to get a windshield tour. Get folks out on site. It's been quite a while since we've been able to get folks out on site, and that is one of the things that we really want to be able to do. I don't know if we can do it in June, but it's something that we are really striving to make happen during the next few months. And in fact, it may even wind up being a special board meeting for that. More to follow as soon as I have more information. We're also looking at trying to do something along the line of hybrid meetings. And one of the things that we're looking at is we have a large conference room in one of our buildings, and getting folks in, we're checking bandwidth to make sure that that can happen, because everybody would need to have a laptop with them, because we're still needing to communicate with folks who can't be in the room. We're probably going to very purposely have a small number of people come in so that we can test it, make sure it works well, and then grow it from there. Hybrid meetings are far more difficult because bandwidth is an issue that we didn't have to deal with on an in-person issue, and then also travel for alternates and things like that. We're dealing through some issues that we want to try to make it as robust as we can, and we still have a lot to learn on that. Security also, with folks getting into a federal building. There's also a ratio of number of people per escort. So I'm working through all of that, and hopefully by next week's EIC, I'll have something on there. But that's the main things from the DOE perspective.
So you just triggered something in my head. If you or somebody you know doesn't have a portable piece of electronics, think tablet or laptop. I know some of you are at home on a desktop computer. I don't think that'll fit in your pocket. But in the meeting room, people are going to have a computer to make this hybrid thing work. So if you or somebody you know doesn't have that type of equipment, would you please let Josh or I know, so that we can do some contingency planning? I don't want to assume that everybody has a laptop. Would phones work in a pinch? We're going to have to test that. I don't know. There's a field trip to the meeting room coming in our
Well,
future.
may I pose a question on this? I know we talked about this before.
Uh-huh.
I understand that people might need to have their own laptops in order to be seen by other people in the hybrid meeting. What I don't understand is that most people don't turn on their cameras at all. So do they need to have a laptop in order to participate if they're just watching and listening?
For a hybrid meeting, I've got to worry about audio and visual. So
yeah, okay. Well, you're thinking about that. I was just asking the question.
Yeah. So yeah, like Gary says, there's actually kind of a long list of stuff we've got to do what if about, and see, how many options are there to do that stuff, and we're literally in the middle of that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got lots of people in queue. Steve Anderson, you're up.
Oh, okay. I took myself down. I just wanted to mention that one of the things that I heard a couple of times was about tribal acknowledgement. I think maybe Jerry had mentioned that too, and I just think that that's something that we maybe could address.
Sure. Steve, that's a very good question, Steve. So let me go on and address that now. We have already taken that issue to our Tribal Affairs program, and they are looking at it. And as Dave Enan mentioned yesterday when he was on, that if we don't do it right, it could actually be more harmful than unintended. So our Tribal Affairs program is looking at that, and we'll let you know.
Great, thanks, Gary. Appreciate it.
Liz, you actually had two questions.
Yeah, thanks. My first was, I guess, which one to do first? I think the board meeting question, just because we're talking about hybrid meetings, I would be happy with an in-person meeting with the old sound system we used to have where people call in. And if you need more, I mean, to me, that is a hybrid meeting. It seems like to get audio, I've called into lots of meetings, committee and full board meetings, and I think that does work. I think if we're trying to make some perfect hybrid meeting solution and that prevents us from having an in-person meeting, that would be really sad to me, especially I think it would be great to have a June in-person meeting just to get to say thank you to people who are cycling off and just be together again after years of not being in the same place. So that's just a request for June meeting, and I think we need to talk about it more. Maybe EIC can talk through some of those logistical hurdles and see if they're actually hurdles or if we're just overcomplicating the hybrid meeting setup and expectations. So that's not really a question. It's just
okay. Given that I do this for a living, hybrid meetings actually are a little more complicated.
Well, I guess I'm saying if we cannot do, if hybrid meeting means that, I'm saying, can we just do what we've always done and had a sound system in the room and people call in, and then we have it's an in-person meeting and people call into it. To me, I would rather do that than try to do some hybrid meeting solution, is all I'm saying. Like if that hybrid meeting is preventing us from doing that, I think, and if we polled the members, like how many people would show up, I would fly in for a meeting. Like maybe you get 90% of the board there. You don't even need to worry about it. Anyway, that's just, yes, you should talk about that more.
There are a lot of things to worry about, okay? And
yeah, but that's
there just are, okay? There just are.
The second thing is about the board July, August, September. The 3 months where we have the HAB packet. Kind of
yeah, Liz, I know where you're going with that.
Yeah,
so,
can you talk to that?
Yes, DOE Legal is looking at that issue because it is a board-wide program, a board-wide issue. It's not just HAB issue. So DOE Legal is looking at how to work on that. So it's an issue that we're hoping to get a response as early as next month. And when I get something, I'll share.
Right. Dan Solitz.
Yes, if possible, we've got time. I would like a round robin recap of the committee of the whole in May, just to get an idea of what folks got out of it and what else we need to do on that subject matter. And on the hybrid meeting, I can't run my tablet and phone at home, even with the sound off on one, without causing feedback reverberations for everybody. So good luck on the audio.
That's why it isn't as easy as it sounds. But I got a sound guy. We'll figure it out. Susan.
Thank you. I agree with Liz. If we could go back to the way we used to have meetings, we could meet at the university. They have big rooms. You've got somebody that can do the audio visual and people can call in. There can be an in-person meeting, and striving for perfection for whatever definition of hybrid meeting, limiting the number of people who can attend, to me, is not a solution. I don't see a reason why we couldn't rent a hotel room like we've done before, run the sound visual, have people call in if they need to, whatever Wi-Fi they have and whatever the sound person does. It worked just fine. And we could do that to have a meeting in person to start with it while you develop this dream hybrid. So I would hate to see that used as a reason why, oh no, only 5 people can come and you all have to bring specialized equipment and all that. And I think we're overcomplicating it. Thanks.
Gary.
I'm trying. There we go. Unmuted. I have a lot of experience doing hybrid meetings at the UW, and I'm pretty darn sure that WSU Tri-Cities has the same setup. They actually work better if you do not have people on their laptops at the same time in the room, because it screws up all the sound and reverberates and all, echoes. If they have a setup where you can project and tie into Zoom at the same time, you're all set. And I'd be surprised if WSU Tri-Cities doesn't have that capability, which they've probably been using, and Columbia Basin College probably as well. And to allay fears, you really, as Bob Siama put up, you could just have you want the big screen up where you can show those people on Zoom or Teams, just as we're looking right now at each other in a gallery, for those who aren't present, and everyone else, you've got a shot of the room that is one of these Hollywood squares. And you simply have your microphones out as you would otherwise. I mean, it should be workable.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it just takes the effort to do it.
I mean, but I mean, it takes the effort to do it. But given that, I'm sure WSU has been running hybrid classrooms. So it's a matter of, is the large meeting room that would work for us wired now for this setup?
Right. And we're doing the homework right now. Okay.
Great. Yeah.
We are not sitting on our laurels waiting until June.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks.
Dan and Jeff. Dan Solitz, your hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put it down.
Oh, okay. Jeff.
I was just going to speak to what Ginger mentioned. WSU Tri-Cities just built a brand new building, and they have all kinds of new stuff. And I just wanted to I just wanted to mention that, but Ginger beat me to it.
Steve Wigman, you get the last word.
Wow, how exciting. This has been quite a dynamic 2 days. We've covered a lot of stuff. We've got some business done that's been waiting for a long time. We had the beginnings of a great conversation about risk and how it's used in decision making. I think we obviously have some homework to do to develop our best connection to the way decisions are made. I think that one flow chart that he showed enlightened me quite a bit as to when my brain might think we should be focusing time frame wise with our conversations and advice. And so I would hope that we would use that as a leverage point for discussions of how we reframe ourselves in a way that builds the trust that we don't feel right now. And an adversarial relationship between us and DOE is not the way to go. So I would just urge everybody to try to stay optimistic that we can work through that. Other than that, thank you for your participation.
Right. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Adios.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks all.
Great job.
Amen.